Good afternoon, Brave Nation, and welcome to LRA Field on the campus of UNC Pembroke. It's Brave Softball as they host the St. Andrews Knights from just down the street in Laurinburg, North Carolina. A doubleheader today. Games starting at 2 and 4 p.m., and we're so glad you're here to join us on the Braves Broadcast Network. Let's get you the starting lineups, starting with the visitors from St. Andrews. They will line up like this, as presented by their head coach, Elizabeth Burris, in her 10th season at the helm of the program at St. Andrews. Starting lineup for the Knights. Designated player is senior Kaylin Packer. She'll lead off. Hitting second is the first baseman, Lexi Dawson. She's a freshman. The number 3 hitter is number 34. Shortstop, a junior, Corey Ballard. The cleanup hitter, a sophomore, number 3, and third baseman, Sam Lauder. Number 5 hitter in the St. Andrews batting order is the left fielder, junior Michaela Valentine. The 6th hitter is the second baseman, Holly Ill. The number 7 hitter wears jersey number 7 as well, a senior, righty Jenny Castanon. The number 8 hitter is Brooke Sykes. She's a junior and will be behind the plate as the catcher for St. Andrews. And in the number 9 spot in the St. Andrews batting order is senior right fielder Corinne Ioso. The pitcher for the Knights is freshman righty Nancy Amos, will be in the circle for the visitors from St. Andrews University. Now the starting lineup for the Braves, 6, 7, and 1 so far this year, presented by head coach Brittany Bennett in her 3rd season as the Braves head coach. Jamie Johnson will lead off and play third base. Abby Walters hits second and plays right field. Sophomore shortstop Taylor Gerhart in the 3rd spot. Another sophomore hitting cleanup, it's catcher Tony Nelson. Freshman Savannah Melvin bats 5th and plays first base. Haley Epperson bats 6th and plays center field. She's a sophomore. Another sophomore in the designated player spot and hitting 7th, number 4 Carly Brooks. Senior Morgan Davis plays second base and hits 8th. Lexi Cox is the number 9 hitter. She is a sophomore and will be playing left field. And the Braves' starting pitcher is number 14, freshman Taylor Strickland. Braves will be wearing gray for this doubleheader, gray tops and gray bottoms. St. Andrews with the white tops and blue bottoms. National anthem time here, so we'll step aside for a moment on the broadcast and be right back with the first pitch. A gorgeous afternoon in Pembroke. Slightly breezy, though. 57 degrees outside right now as we approach first pitch. UNCP's starting pitcher for this game is number 14, Taylor Strickland, the righty freshman, making her 7th start of the year. Brings a 2-2 record into the circle today, as she has 5 complete games, 35 innings pitched, allowed 42 hits, 22 runs, 16 of which were earned, walked 16, struck out 12. Opponents hitting .304 against her so far this year. She has an ERA of 3.20. Very nice day in Pembroke as the Braves get ready for a non-conference battle against St. Andrews. Now, these are regional rivals, but St. Andrews is actually an NAIA school, and the Braves have played St. Andrews as much as anyone else, if not more, in their history. A 55-16 record all-time against St. Andrews, as these two schools separated by just 21 miles between the two campuses. So they are very familiar with each other. The Braves won all 4 meetings between the two schools last year. There were 2 played here in Pembroke and 2 played in Laurinburg. Braves won all 4 of them. These will be the only 2 games between the 2 teams this season, right here, right now. Today's doubleheader action as Kaylin Packer digs into the right-handed batter's box for St. Andrews. We are ready to go. Taylor Strickland in the circle. She winds and fires, and the first pitch misses high for ball 1. We are actually a little bit ahead of schedule. The first pitch comes in at 1:59 p.m. The nice long day of softball here as the second pitch a little bit inside. Make it 2-0. Game slated for 2 and 4 p.m. But really it's 30 minutes from the end of the first game on to the second game. Really the best way to figure out what time that game is to start is to just stay right here. Keep it locked on this stream all afternoon. This one swung on, hit back up the middle, off the glove of the shortstop, Gerhardt. It gets into center field. A leadoff single for Kaylin Packer. Packer, a senior catcher from Prescott, Arizona. And she has the game's first hit. Brings up Lexi Dawson, the first baseman, who is a freshman from Garland, North Carolina, by way of East Bladen High School. Left-handed hitter to face the righty hurler, Taylor Strickland. The pitch shows bunt, takes for a called strike, as she wasn't able to pull the bat back. Owen won the count. Swung on, popped up over the net and out of play. And it just barely misses the press box. I did bring my mitt here up to the stadium, so it was pretty close. Tell you what. Got a little press area at the top of the bleachers of LRA Field. If I had reached out, I might have been able to catch that. Wasting a pitch there, so it's high and outside. Trying to get Dawson to chase, and she wasn't biting. The run on first is Packer. She led off with a single. Here's the 1-2 pitch, hit in the air to the left side. Cox has a beat on it, fights off the sun, and makes the catch for the first out of today's game. So now second base being awarded to Kaylin Packer. And back to the plate comes Lexi Dawson. So wipe that fly out off the board as this at-bat continues. 2-2 now the count. This one misses high. I think that was catcher interference on the Braves, I suppose. And Strickland not able to respond. Issues the walk and puts runners on first and second. Now Gerhardt will lead the charge as the infielders come in to talk to the pitcher, Taylor Strickland. Just a quick meeting in the circle. And we're ready to go once again. So now Corey Ballard gets a chance to hit. The junior shortstop from Richmond Hill, South Carolina. in a nice position here for St. Andrews to get on the board first. Strickland throws, hit back up the middle, falling quickly towards center field, but a nice running catch by Epperson. And this time the out will stand. One away in the Knights' half of the first. And it brings up Sam Lauder. Lauder, a sophomore infielder from Stanfield, North Carolina. First pitch taken for a called strike. Now on the roster, St. Andrews lists her as a second baseman. She'll be playing third base defensively for the Knights in this game. This one misses low and away. Here's the Strickland pitch. Hit hard towards left field. A diving attempt. It's going to fall. Cox couldn't get to it. One run scores. It trickles to the wall. Cox finally picks it up. Holding up at third is Dawson. Kalen Packer scores from second. It's a stand-up double for Sam Lauder. And it's 1-0 St. Andrews with one out in the top of the first. The ball was absolutely tattooed by Sam Lauder, and a little trouble defensively by Cox out in the outfield. Lexi Cox, a sophomore, reached, couldn't get to it, and then had to get past her all the way to the wall. Wind blowing pretty hard now from left to right across LRA Field as the first pitch misses inside on Michaela Valentine. Off-speed pitch, misses low, 2-0. Not the start Taylor Strickland had in mind this afternoon. Let's see if the Braves hitters are able to pick her up after ultimately able to work out of this jam. The 2-0 pitch, taken for a called strike. First base is open. Holly Ill waiting on deck for the Knights. It'll be the sixth hitter they sent to the plate here in the top of the first. The 2-1 offering, low and inside. Helm has to back up off the plate there, as that was right at her ankles. The 3-1 pitch, misses in the same spot. Walk, the second walk of the inning, allowed by Taylor Strickland. That loads up the bases and draws a mound visit from UNCP head coach Brittany Bennett. High fives all around, is trying to get the momentum going once again. The Braves just started a little bit out of rhythm here in the first inning. The Knights have an opportunity here to jump all over UNCP early in game one of today's doubleheader. To the plate is second baseman Holly Ill, the senior from Orlando, Florida, a transfer from the University of Pikeville in Kentucky. Bases juiced, one away. Top of the first inning, the Knights already up 1-0. Strickland pitch hit in the infield, popped straight up. Second baseman calls everyone else off. Davis squeezes for the out. Very easy looking put out there for UNCP, and now there's two away. That was a huge out. So now it falls on center fielder Jenny Castanon, senior from Miami, Florida. And she takes there on the outside corner for strike one. The throw goes down to first. Diving back in safely is Valentine. Having to climb the ladder there was Savannah Melvin. That ball nearly went out into right field. The 0-1. Swung on, popped up. It's trouble, falling quickly. It gets down into right field. 1 run, 2 runs score as the Knights were running on contact there. Not a particularly well hit ball by Castanon. He drops into the outfield for 2 runs. A It's 3-0 Knights here in the top of the first inning. Valentine on to third. Louder scores from second. Dawson scores from first. Brings up Brooks Sykes. First pitch misses outside. Three runs on 3 hits so far for St. Andrews this inning, and they've got another runner in scoring position. The 1-0 offering. This is outside, snap throw down to third. Diving back in safely is Valentine. No, the hitter's number 11. The hitter's number 11. Called strike, make it 2-1. The pitch hit in the air in the infield. Gerhardt camps out under it and squeezes for the third out. In the inning, though, for St. Andrews, 3 runs on 3 hits. They leave runners on the corners. Let's see if that makes a difference in this game. Braves coming up to bat for the first time when we come back.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Braves coming to bat, facing a 3-0 deficit here in the bottom of the first inning. On the Braves Broadcast Network, I'm Cameron Sauger. Thank you for joining us for UNCP softball doubleheader against St. Andrews. And the Braves falling behind early, that's not good news, as UNCP is just 2-5 this season when the opponent scores first. Jamie Johnson leading things off for the Braves. The sophomore hitting .378 so far this season. She started every game for UNC Pembroke thus far. 7 runs batted in of her 17 hits. Also come around to score 14 runs. And she's the Braves' top base-stealing threat. 9 of 10 on stolen base attempts when she's able to get on. Shows bunt, pulls back. That one nearly hits her and misses for ball 1. The pitcher for St. Andrews is freshman right-hander Nancy Amos. Working from the circle in game 1 of today's doubleheader. St. Andrews scored 3 runs on 3 hits, but left 2 on. And that one in there for a called strike. Bunt again, pulling back and taking for a ball, this time high and away. Corners of that infield. That's Louder and Dawson at third and first base, respectively, ready to come in on the bunt. Reset the St. Andrews defense for you. Valentine, Castanon, and Ioso across the outfield from left to right. And in the infield for St. Andrews, Louder at third, Ballard at short, Ill at second, Dawson at first, and the catcher is Sykes. Brooke Sykes comes out, has a quick word with Nancy Amos, and we're ready to go once again. That last pitch was called ball 3. Against Jamie Johnson. Here's the pitch. And she takes it for ball 4. A leadoff walk earned by Jamie Johnson, and the Braves have their first base runner. It's the first batter they set to the plate. Brings up Abby Walters, Braves right fielder. Runner goes, swung on and missed. The throw goes down to second. Sliding in safely is Jamie Johnson, and she swipes second base. That was nearly a problem for Sanders. Didn't look like anyone was covering second base, as the shortstop, Ballard, just kind of scooted over at the last second and saved that ball from going into center field. The pitch was a strike to Abby Walters. The junior's hitting .412 so far this year. 8 doubles of her 21 hits, 10 runs batted in. The Amos pitch is hit down the third base line, but foul. Makes the count 0-2. So Walters digs back into the right-handed batter's box. Amos steps back onto the rubber. Tosses the ball in her right hand. As the breeze picks up again in Lumberton Radiological Associates Field. The ball hit back up the middle. Throw goes over to first. Taking third is Johnson. And it's basically a sacrifice hit for Abby Walters as it goes 1-3 on the putout. Braves get the runner on to third. And there's high fives all around from the Braves dugout. Taylor Gerhardt now to the plate. The Braves' best hitter in terms of runs batted in, 17 RBIs on the year. Best power threat as well with 2 homers of her 15 hits. 349 hitter at the plate so far this year. The sophomore Taylor Gerhardt at the plate takes 4, strike 1. Pitch hit back to short, scooped up, held, thrown over to first. That keeps the runner on third as Taylor Gerhardt is retired on the 6-3 ground out. Jamie Johnson stuck at third base for now. We'll see if Tony Nelson can change that. The Braves catcher, a .410 hitter so far this year. 16 hits, 1 double, 1 home run, and 7 RBIs for Nelson thus far. Opportunity here to get the Braves into the scoring column as she takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. The pitch, check swing. Did she go around? No, she did not. 2-0. Oh, 1-1. Swings and taps this one into the catcher's mitt, caught and held on to, so it's strike 2. I guess that first pitch was actually called a strike on the outside corner. It looked bit outside to me, but I'll say our home plate umpire has a better view. 1-2 the count. Tony Nelson trying to score Jamie Johnson from first. Takes there, and it misses low for ball 2. Jamie Johnson reached on a walk. Abby Walters advanced her from second to third after she stole second base, and then Taylor Gerhardt grounded out to short for the second out. Nelson, the cleanup hitter, and that one hit her on the back of the leg. So the Braves, another base runner. 2 base runners now this inning without a base hit. And the run scores. Makes it 3-1. It's a 3-1 ball game now. Savannah Melvin digs in to hit. This one on off the wrist as that one goes towards the St. Andrews dugout foul. Stunt run from first by Nelson as she scampers back. The 0-1 pitch misses high. Evens up the count at 1-1 to Savannah Melvin. Freshman first baseman hitting .295 this year for UNCP. 6 runs batted in, 13 hits, 1 double. Amos throws home. This one hit in the air to the right side. Over the head of the right fielder. That's getting towards the wall. A slow roller as it dies on the wet grass. Waving Nelson home. She scores from first. It's a stand-up triple for Savannah Melvin. It's now 3-2. On comes Haley Epperson to hit. A sophomore has just 2 hits in her 15 at-bats so far this year, making just her 5th start for UNCP and her 9th appearance overall. First pitch misses inside to Epperson. In this inning, the Braves 2 runs on just 1 hit, and that 1 hit was an RBI triple by Savannah Melvin just a moment ago. The 1-0 fouled off into the screen. Two outs, a runner on third for UNCP. Trying to match that 3 spot the visitors from St. Andrews hung in the top of the first. Hit in the air towards right center field. A good charge on this ball. It falls 1 hopper off the wall. Melvin scores easily from third. Epperson scampers back towards second. She's safe. She overran the bag a little bit and didn't recognize how quickly the throw came back in. RBI double for Haley Epperson. We're all even at 3. This could be a seriously fun game of softball this afternoon. If the bats continue to go like they've been going for both St. Andrews and UNCP, could see an awful lot of runs. Carly Brooks now to the plate for UNCP. Sophomore designated player making her 2nd start looking for her first hit of the season. She's 0 for 3 at the plate. Pitch swung on, hit in the air towards right field. Charging it from right field is the right fielder Ioso, and she makes the catch for the third and final. But the Braves score 3 times in the bottom of the first. So we'll head to the top of the second, and it's a brand new ball game. 3-3 is the score. We'll be right back.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
The Braves scored 3 times in the bottom of the third on 2 hits, or on the bottom of the first on 2 hits. St. Andrews scored 3 times in the top of the first on 3 hits. Both teams sending 7 or more hitters to the plate in that first inning. We are on pace for a very high-scoring game. Let's see if the defense and pitching can step up a little bit here, make some plays. Number 9 hitter Corinne Ioso, who just made the final put out in the field, the right fielder for St. Andrews today, leads things off for the Knights. Then the lineup will turn over with Kaylin Packer waiting on deck. First pitch, she pops it up over the net. No. Oh, almost caught at the net. Nice effort defensively by Nelson. She wasn't able to squeeze it. At first, I thought the ball was headed into the bleachers. Then the wind kind of got a piece of it, kept it in the field of play, so it was playable for Tony Nelson, the Braves catcher, but she wasn't able to haul it in. Goes down as strike 1. As Braves pitcher Taylor Strickland gets back to work. This one hit in the air towards left field. Cox camps out under it, makes the catch. A routine fly ball in left field for the first out. Back to the top of the order we go for St. Andrews, as Kaylin Packer will hit. She's the designated player for St. Andrews in this game. The softball designated player, a lot like the designated hitter in baseball, but there's some other rules in terms of how they can be subbed in and out. Unlike baseball, in softball, if you're subbed out, you aren't necessarily removed from the rest of the game. Haven't seen that come into play yet in this game in the first inning, with special pinch runners and everything else. The 1-1 offering to Packer. Swung, hit hard towards the left side, but out of play, foul. That got out behind the Braves bullpen in a hurry. One and 2 the count. And the pitch. Popped up. Shallow outfield. Making the catch on the run is the shortstop Gerhardt for out number 2. So no problem so far this inning for the Braves defensively, and in the circle, Taylor Strickland can do some lazier fly balls than the fairly well-hit balls to the outfield that St. Andrews got in the first inning. Lexi Dawson at the plate now. She walked in her first plate appearance. Fouls this one off behind home plate and out of play. Now Dawson was at the plate when the first illegal pitch of the game was thrown. Dawson flew that ball out to left field and looked like had made the first out of the first inning. Came back, got an extra chance to hit and drew a walk. Swings this one, hits it to left center field. That gets down into the gap. Turning the corner, she heads for second. It's scooped up by Epperson. She throws to second, and in standing up with the double is Lexi Dawson. Pretty close as she opted not to slide there. Ultimately, no harm, no foul for her as she is in with that double. But yeah, 3 illegal pitches called in that first inning. And the Braves were the beneficiary twice. Once was very early as nothing came of it, as it was to the first batter. The bases were empty. But when Tony Nelson was at the plate, facing a 3-2 count with a runner on third, there was an illegal pitch that hit her, so it goes down as a walk instead of the hit batsman. And because it was an illegal pitch, Jamie Johnson scored from third. That was how the Braves got their first run, then knocked in the other 2 in a more traditional fashion. UNCP pitcher Strickland falls behind this hitter. It's 2-0 to Corey Ballard. Ballard flew out to center field in her first plate appearance last inning. Runner on second for the Knights with 2 away. This one in off the hands. It's down quickly into center field. It drops, but the runner not able to advance. And there's a very frustrated St. Andrews coach, Elizabeth Burris, who's coaching third base, reminding her player that there are 2 outs and that you should go on contact. So Dawson stays at second. Ballard on to first with the single. That puts the force on at any base now for the UNCP infield as Sam Lauder comes to the plate to hit. Lauder 1 for 1 with a double already. The pitch. That's fouled off. It might have hit her on the hands as she followed through on that swing. And now St. Andrews coach Elizabeth Burris will have a quick word with the home plate umpire. And we'll get a special pinch runner. Number 1, Rachel Swartwood, pinch running at second for Lexi Dawson. Swartwood, a freshman from Wilmington, North Carolina. Looking for a little bit of extra speed on the base paths here. 2 outs. Runners on first and second. And the tie ball game here in the top of the second inning. The 0-1 pitch from Strickland. Called a ball. Popped up, fouled away as it gets over the dugout. And again, into the Braves bullpen. So now 1-2 with 2 away in the St. Andrews half of the second inning. Sam Lauder looking to get another hit here. She has 1 of their 5 hits already in this game. The 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. And the Braves escape the second inning with no damage. UNCP coming up to hit in the bottom of the second inning, tied 3-3 at LRA Field. Couple of defensive substitutions to note here for St. Andrews. Staying in the game is pinch runner Rachel Swartwood. She'll take over in right field for Corinne Ioso defensively. And now playing first base for the Knights, number 18, Haley Volpert, taking over for Dawson. A very interesting move here by the St. Andrews coaching staff to make these changes this early in the game, as the Braves haven't even completed one trip through the batting order. It's the number 8 hitter, Morgan Davis, coming to the plate for her first at-bat of this afternoon's doubleheader. Morgan Davis, a .231 hitter at this point in the season. 9 hits in her 39 at-bats. She's walked 3 times and struck out 5 times. Let's see how she does against Nancy Amos, the righty pitcher for St. Andrews. Also have to see how these defensive changes affect St. Andrews' batting order, if at all. See if we can get some clarification for that sooner rather than later. First pitch missing for ball 1. So Swartwood, who had pinch run for the first baseman, Dawson, she's a right fielder, now will be playing right field eventually and hitting second. That's the clarification we just got from the home plate umpire. And in what was the 9 hitting spot will now be taken over by the first baseman. This one hit to third. A nice defensive play by Louder. The throw across the diamond in time for the out. As Morgan Davis is retired to start the Braves half of the second. So it's the number 9 hitter now for UNCP, sophomore Lexi Cox, a 200 hitter at this point in the season. Swings through that one and misses for strike 1. Pitch misses low. Evens up the count 1-1. Nemo's taken a long time between pitches here in the early going, and you wonder if it's just been a little tough for both teams to get into a rhythm. Been a slow go so far. This one hit back up the middle. A diving attempt at second base, unsuccessful for Ill as it scoots into center field. A 1-out single for Lexi Cox as the lineup turns back over for UNCP. Jamie Johnson to the plate now. Walked in her first plate appearance, so her batting average still at .378, a stellar mark at the plate for the Braves sophomore third baseman. Braves right now on a 2-game losing streak. They upset number 7 Catawba on Friday and then lost the last 2 of the tournament on the road. 6-7-1 on the year. This one misses inside. St. Andrews 4-13. They haven't played any conference games, or they've played not many conference games yet. They have been mostly playing NCAA opponents. They played Division III Methodist yesterday and split a pair in a doubleheader. So they've been busy. The pitch hit hard towards left center field. That's nice work by Jamie Johnson. Aggressive base running from Cox. She will be held up at third. It's a stand-up double. Now she's going towards home. The throw as she tries to slide in. She's tagged out. So Jamie Johnson got to third and then thrown out. Or excuse me, Lexi Cox thrown out. Jamie Johnson with a stand-up double. And then Cox put out on a 7-2 put out. Now Brittany Bennett wants a word with the umpire. It's the second out of the inning, and that erased a base runner from third base for UNCP. Now, Coach Bennett will talk to the head of our umpiring crew today. Go to home plate and talk this one out. Johnson stands on second base. She's safe there. We know she had a double. I'm not sure what that was about base running for UNCP. But Abby Walters will come to the plate now and has an opportunity with a runner in scoring position to give the Braves the lead. Most delivers the pitch and misses low and away for ball one. The 1-0. Upstairs, swung on out in front of it was Walters. She fouls it off. Walters takes a big breaking ball there. Watches it get called ball two. Walters swings through this one and misses. And now it's 2-2. 2 outs, a runner on second in the bottom of the second inning. Braves looking to break through and take their first lead of the afternoon. St. Andrews had 3 in the first. The Braves got all 3 of those runs back in the bottom of the first. And this fastball misses low and inside. Long hold from Amos in the circle. She delivers. It's hit back up the middle off the glove of Amos, then tipped into center field. That'll score Johnson from second. An RBI single for Abby Walters. Braves 4, Knights 3. Abby Walters picking up RBI number 11 on the season. And it brings up Taylor Gerhardt. Gerhardt still the Braves' leader in runs batted, and she's got 17. Yeah, but Walters closing the gap a little bit there. Gerhardt 0 for 1 today. She grounded out in the first. And the pitch taken for a called strike on the outside corner. Both teams really getting through the batting orders in the early going. St. Andrews nearly halfway through their second trip. Runner goes. Throw down to second. Not in time. Abby Walters swipes second base. For Walters, that's her 6th stolen base on the season. She's only been caught stealing once. Puts the runner into scoring position. The count 1-1 on Taylor Gerhardt. She swings, grounds this one towards short. A diving attempt. The throw across the diamond from the knees, not in time. An infield single for Taylor Gerhardt. Walters, aggressive base running. She gets on to third. And now Tony Nelson to the plate with runners on the corners. Already the 6th hit of the ball game for UNCP. The Braves have had 5 or more hits in every game this season, and have had 15 or more hits once. Now we'll get a visit to the pitcher Amos from head coach Elizabeth Burris. Whole infield joins in on this conversation as well. Tony Nelson, after that long visit in the circle for St. Andrews, ready to go now. Braves with the 4-3 lead. Runners on the corners, 2 outs, bottom of the second inning. Runner goes from first. Nelson shows bunt, pulls it back. The fake throw as Gerhardt slides in safely. They're trying to trick Walters into coming home on that throw if it had gone down to second. Good awareness by Abby Walters standing on third base. Not to fall for that on the first and third play. So now 2 runners in scoring position for Nelson, who took that one for strike 1. The pitch, he pops it foul behind home plate and out of the stadium. Pretty nice crowd on hand at LRA Field, home of UNCP softball. As classes start to wind down for the afternoon on UNCP's campus, people stopping by. Outside, did she go around? She did. It's strike 3 swinging, and Tony Nelson can't get it done with 2 runners in scoring position. The Braves do take the lead, however. They score once on 4 hits in the inning. We'll go to the top of the third. It's Braves 4, Knights 3.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
UNCP is. They pull the string pretty early on Taylor Strickland. She's done after 2 innings of work. She allowed 5 hits on 3 runs, all of them earned, struck out 1 and walked 2. The new pitcher for the Braves is number 15, senior Katie Saunders. It's Brittany Bennett not messing around here today. Wants to make sure the Braves pick up at least 1 win in this doubleheader against Sanders. And realistically, one the Braves should hope and perhaps expect to win both against an NAIA opponent, a regional rival that historically the Braves have dominated in the series. That series lead for the Braves is 55-16 all time against the rivals from Laurinburg. And a team that the Braves beat 4 times last year. St. Andrews, you know, they're aware of that. And they know this is their only crack at UNCP this year. So Saunders steps into the circle. She'll face 5, 6, and 7 this inning for the Knights. Valentine, Ill, and Castanon. Valentine walked in the first, but was stranded on third base. She'll be the first Knights hitter to face Katie Saunders here this afternoon. And the pitch misses upstairs for ball 1. 4-3 is the UNCP lead. Braves +1 in the hit column and +1 in the run column. Off-speed pitch. Misses away again. 2-0. Caleb Valentine is a junior outfielder from Danville, Virginia, by way of Duncan Fletcher High School. Takes there for a called strike. Now 3-1 after that one misses inside. Here's the Saunders delivery, and it's ball 4. 5 pitches, 1 walk. And Michaela Valentine aboard. The leadoff hitter getting aboard for the second time in 3 innings for St. Andrews. The last time it happened was the first. They scored 3 runs in that inning. Let's see if the Braves can dig down and get themselves a stop. Keep this 4-3 lead. Holly Ill now digs in. Second baseman for St. Andrews. Taps this one back to the pitcher. The only play is at first. So a sac bunt there as Ill advances the runner to second base. Castanen will also show bunt here, and pulls it back. Thought about a big swing. Takes up high for ball 1. Here's the pitch from Saunders. It's popped up to the right side on the run. A diving catch at second base by Davis. What a play. The throw goes over to third to keep the runner there. What a defensive play at second base for UNCP. Morgan Davis, full extension. Just like that, 2 away in the Knights' half of the third. That was a very important out. We've seen hits like that fall for both teams so far in this game. As some balls that, maybe not the best hit, but they get out towards the outfield and have been problems for both defenses. This one high and taken for ball 1 on Brooks Sykes. Sykes is the catcher for St. Andrews, junior from Warrenton, North Carolina. The next pitch from Katie Saunders swung on and missed. He ends up the count 1-1. Saunders working from the circle, delivers, fouled off right behind home plate. And now UNCP just 1 strike away from getting out of this inning. The 1-2 pitch. Mrs. High gets away from the catcher, Nelson. And on to third base runs Michaela Valentine. Wild pitch there from Katie Saunders. Count 2-2, 2 outs. Top of the third inning. Saunders comes home with a pitch. It's hit down the right field line, quickly dropping, and it's foul. We'll get a new baseball to UNCP pitcher Katie Saunders. She's ready to go again. Brooke Sykes fighting to stay alive in the left-handed batter's box. The 2-2. Low and outside. Count runs full. Haley Volpert waiting on deck. She took over in that number 9 spot for Corinne Ioso. Volpert also the new first baseman, replacing Lexi Dawson in the field. Some early changes from St. Andrews in that second inning. That's high for ball 4. Brooke Sykes gets away from Katie Saunders. It puts runners on the corners. On to the number 9 hitter, Haley Volpert. And now we'll get a pinch runner. So re-entering the game now and hitting will be Corinne Ioso. She was replaced defensively last inning by Rachel Swartwood in right field. Swings at the first pitch, pops it up in the infield. Gerhardt calling everyone else off. She makes the catch from the shortstop position. And St. Andrews held scoreless again in the third. They did get 3 in the first, but the Braves have a 4-3 lead. They'll be batting in the bottom of the third when we come back. Four-3 Braves lead, bottom of the third inning. Back in the circle for St. Andrews is their starting pitcher Nancy Amos. We'll have to see how else they line up defensively. As we've already seen, Corinne Ioso sub out and then sub back in. And now if she's not in the field defensively for St. Andrews, she will not be eligible to return. And let's see who it is out there taking right field. And it is Iosa returning to right field. And we'll see if they make another change back at first base. And it is Lexi Dawson returning to first base. So just a 1-inning defensive change for St. Andrews as they put in 2 new players along the right side of the field for 1 inning. And now bringing their starters back in. And you can do that in softball. Ioso returns to right field. Dawson returns to first base. And we're ready to go again. For UNCP, it'll be Savannah Melvin, followed by Haley Epperson and Carly Brooks. Due up in the inning. 5, 6, and 7 through the middle of the Braves order. Melvin's 1 for 1. She tripled in the first inning. Takes the first pitch low for ball 1. Melvin, a freshman infielder from Fayetteville, North Carolina, by way of Cape Fear High School. The 1-0 offering, she laces it back up the middle. That drops into center field. Back-to-back hits in the ballgame for Melvin. A triple and a single. And she's aboard with the leadoff hit for UNC Pembroke. This is the part of the Braves order that on the first trip through the batting lineup got the job done. Nelson had walked, followed by the Melvin RBI triple, and then Epperson had an RBI double. Here's Haley Epperson again. Now 3 of 16 at the plate this year. Shows bunt, lays it down the third baseline. Oh, this is well placed. The throw goes down to first, and it's just in time. Trying to take third. The throw across the diamond is dropped. And runners gets tangled up. She tries to take home, and she is out. But they will say because of the obstruction by the third baseman, she's safe. So Savannah Melvin scoring from first on what was basically a sac bunt by Haley Epperson. And this will draw a complaint from Elizabeth Burris in the St. Andrews dugout. So just 1 out on the play. And the run scores. Now, the Braves do like to be aggressive there, and on a situation where there's a sac bunt, the runner will often try to take third and force it to be a perfect throw from the first baseman, who's usually not someone who's the best, thrower across the infield. But when that ball just barely got away from the third baseman, Lauder, they decided to send Melvin home. Very aggressive play from Brittany Bennett, coaching third base for the Braves. And that time it pays off as they call obstruction on the third baseman, Lauder. And now the run scores. So Carly Brooks to the plate with the bases empty. The Braves have now scored in every inning. It's 5-3 UNC Pembroke. This is lone inside. Brooks 0 for 1 today. She flew out to right field to end the first inning. The 1-0. Called a strike. Similar spot there on the inside edge of the plate. That time it did catch the plate, however. Another pitch right at the same spot. That's so tough to hit for Carly Brooks. Right in at the knees on the inside corner. The 1-2 hit back up the middle. One hopper to the pitcher, handled by Amos. The toss to first in time for the out. Now 2 away, bases empty, and Morgan Davis to the plate. Second baseman Morgan Davis 0 for 1 so far today. She shows bunt, pulls it back, ball 1. Breeze now blowing straight in from center field as this pitch misses into the opposite batter's box for ball 2. Inside, ball 3. Bases empty. 3-0 count, the infield in. And this one catches the outside corner. Make it 3-1 to Morgan Davis. 5 runs on 7 hits for the Braves. No errors defensively by the black and gold. 3 runs on 5 hits and 1 error committed by St. Andrews on that obstruction. And that's ball 4. So the Braves have a 2-out base runner. Third pass allowed by Nancy Amos. And here's the number 9 hitter for UNCP, Lexi Cox. Cox had a 1-out single last inning. And then later on when she tried to score on the Jamie Johnson hit, got thrown out at home. Cox has this one hit her in the knee, and that bounces right into the backstop. That took a big bounce off of her, it looked like right off her kneecap. Glad she's okay and able to run down the line to first. And before Elizabeth Burr meets in the circle with her infield, she wanted to get a quick word in edgewise with the umpire. I think she wanted to say that Cox didn't make enough of an effort to get out of the way of that one. Jamie Johnson will dig in once this little powwow in the circle gets broken up by our home plate umpire, allowing it to go on a little bit. And we're back to the top of the order, the Braves beginning their third trip through the batting order. It's Jamie Johnson. She's 1 for 1, doubled, also walked back in the first and stole a base. She's scored 2 of the Braves' 5 runs already in this game. The pitch to Johnson. Take in. Strike 1. Runner on first is Cox. Runner on second is Davis. 2 away in the bottom of the third. The pitch from Amos nearly gets away from the catcher, Sykes. The 1-1. Hit hard, leaping catch at third base, and Louder squeezes for the third out. That was trouble if that got into the outfield. As it is, the Braves score 1 in the inning to take a 5-3 lead. We're through 3 frames at LRA Field. UNCP softball with a 5-3 lead. Top of the 4th inning in Pembroke. UNCP with a 5-3 lead over the visiting St. Andrews Knights. NAIA school just down the road in Laurinburg, North Carolina, about 21 miles away. On the Braves Broadcast Network, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you so much for joining us. A UNCP softball doubleheader as they'll play St. Andrews again about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one. Already kind of a chippy, slow-moving affair in Game 1 of this doubleheader. Top of the order, due up for the Knights this inning as Kaylin Packer looks at an off-speed pitch that misses outside. Braves have already gone to their bullpen. It's Katie Saunders working in the circle. And the Saunders 1-0 pitch. Took something off that one again. This time it catches the outside corner. Makes it 1-1. but issues another ball, and it's 2-1. This one hit towards the outfield. Cox has a beat on it, fights off the sun, squeezes for the first out. Off the bat, that looks pretty good, but the wind blowing pretty much straight in from center field, that really took a lot off of that ball. And Packer flies out to start the Knights half of the 4th inning. So it's Lexi Dawson at the plate now. She's 1 for 1. Walked and also doubled. This one runs high and inside on her for the first ball. Corey Ballard waiting on deck. See if there's someone on board when she comes to the plate. Ball 2 as that one's high. Tony Nelson will have a quick word with her pitcher. Swung on and missed by Dawson. Makes the count 2-1. He's hitting left-handed in this at-bat. Listed as a right-handed hitter on the St. Andrews roster. She could be a sneaky switch hitter, or it could just be a typo. The 3-1 pitch from Saunders is hit the other way towards the left side. Gerhardt showing off the range. She makes the catch from the shortstop position on the edge of the infield grass for out number 2. So 2 quick outs for St. Andrews. Here's Corey Ballard. She's 1 for 2. The junior from Richmond Hill, South Carolina, digs into the right-handed batter's box and takes for ball 1. Saunders gets her sign, comes home with the pitch. It's hit towards second, in the air, dropped by the second baseman Davis. She gathers, throws to first in plenty of time, and St. Andrews is retired 3 up, 3 down in the top of the 4th. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th inning in Pembroke. Braves with a 5-3 lead. We'll be right back. Gorgeous day for softball in Pembroke, North Carolina. So let's play 2 as the Braves and the St. Andrews Knights playing a doubleheader this afternoon. Game 1 has been back and forth so far. The Braves looking to break it open, though. It was 3-3 after the first inning. And the Braves have scored one in the second and one in the third, but they've also left runners on base. They've left 2 on in each of those last 2 innings. Their total's at 5 runners left on. St. Andrews has left 6 on in the first 3 innings after going 3 up 3, or before going 3 up 3 down in the 4th. So the Braves trying to get something going here to start the 4th. It'll be 2, 3, and 4. Walters, Gerhardt, and Nelson. As the Braves look to get rolling again against pitcher Stacy Amos, and the first pitch misses outside for ball 1. Walters 1 for 2, and an RBI single last time up, and also stole second base. Looks at a breaking ball on the inside corner. Evens up the count at 1-1. Abby Walters, a junior from Bladenboro, North Carolina. Missed Bladen High School. That one a roller to the catcher. That was not even a 1-hopper. That was a 2 or 3 hopper. Ball 2. I think that one just got away from Nancy Amos. So here's the 2-1 pitch. It's hit down the third base line, but foul. It's a nice pace on that ball. Just couldn't straighten it out. Walters was just a little bit out in front of it. Here's the pitch, hit well towards left field. It's hooking towards the line, foul. That was very nearly an extra base hit for Abby Walters. She's had 8 of those already this year. 8 doubles, no triples, no home runs. But 11 runs batted in. Let's see if Amos can dig deep and find one more good pitch. This one popped up to the left side. It stays in the infield and caught at shortstop by Ballard for the first out. So the Braves haven't really been fooled much by the pitching of Nancy Amos. She struck out just 1, walked 3 so far. But 2 of those 3 walks coming in the first inning. Taylor Gerhardt to the plate now. She's 1 for 2. UNCP shortstop from Winfield Park, New Jersey. Fastball, inside corner, strike 1. Wind changes directions once again, now blowing out to right field. Gerhardt swings, grounds this one to short. A backhand by Ballard. Throw across the diamond, not in time. As Gerhardt, for the second time in a row, beats out an infield single. Tony Nelson to the plate now. She's 0 for 1. Walked and struck out. Came into the game as one of the Braves' top hitters with 16 hits. Gerhardt, a stunt run from over on first base. That one low and inside for ball 1. Gerhardt, 2 of 2 on stolen base attempts this year. Not somebody the Braves look to for a lot of steals, but this might be an opportunity for her to go. Another stunt run, another ball low and inside. The 2-0 pitch. High and outside this time is, again, Gerhardt thinking about running, taking that big running start, but it's mostly to get in the head of the pitcher Amos, and so far it's worked. Wilson steps back into the right-handed batter's box. The pitch, in there for a called strike. Five-3 Braves lead, bottom of the 4th. 1 out, runner on first. Gerhardt goes, check swing, the throw down to second dropped, and a stolen base for Taylor Gerhardt, a called strike on Tony Nelson. But that does take the double play out of effect for St. Andrews. Nelson now will face a full count. The Amos pitch, swung on, hit towards left field, foul. Just about a foot to the left of that third base line. Three-two again. And this is low and inside for ball 4. Tony Nelson drawing her second walk of the game. She just doesn't put the ball in play. But that's working all right for her. Runners on first and second for Savannah Melvin, who's 2 for 2. RBI triple back in the first. And also singled and came around to score in the third. She scored 2 runs for the Braves. Nelson scored once, Melvin scored twice, and Johnson has scored twice. Those have been the 5 runs across the plate for UNCP. 1 out. Runners on first and second. Braves up by 2 with 2 runners aboard. And bases will be awarded as Amos began the pitching motion and never finished it. That's illegal. And really no doubt about that one. That is a huge mistake, as the force is now off on those runners. The illegal pitch there from Nancy Amos. This one's popped up on the infield along the third base line and squeezed by the third baseman Louder for the second out. So Melvin can't make anything happen with those extra bases given, and now it's up to Haley Epperson. Epperson, the sophomore from Summerfield, North Carolina. Braves so close to breaking this one open. Let's see if they're able to do it and really give themselves some more insurance coming down the home stretch of this first game of the doubleheader. Epperson wants time, chance to think about this a little bit more. The center fielder 1 for 1 today. RBI double back in the first and had a sac bunt in the third. Takes this one upstairs for ball 1. Ball 2. Now first base is open. Carly Brooks waiting on deck. Epperson picked up her first RBI of the season back in that first inning. And she wants more. 2-0 count. The pitch. Right down Broadway, strike 1. The 2-1. Swung on, grounded towards short, a slow roller. It's dropped by the shortstop. Everybody's safe. 1 run scores. Gerhardt comes home. Nelson on to third. Epperson reaches on the error. Quick visit to Amos in the circle from her catcher, Brooke Sykes. Rest of the infield staying put as Carly Brooks digs into the right-handed batter's box. The Braves' designated player, 0 for 2 so far today. She's looking to break through with a big hit. Braves not quite within striking distance of a run rule victory just yet. Plus, it's not the 5th inning yet. Low and inside there. But with 2 outs, St. Andrews knows they're close to getting out of this inning with it still being close. Or it could go the other way. Runner goes from first, it's inside, and they'll just be held by the catcher. Epperson advances to second on the catcher indifference. Braves working that first and third play. Brooks now has 2 runners in scoring position, 2 outs, and a 2-0 count. As the Braves keep their streak of scoring in every inning alive. The pitch grounded towards third. This one scooped up, the throw across the diamond in time for the third and final out. And again, the Braves leave 2 runners aboard, but they score 1. We'll go to the top of the 5th. It's 6-3 UNC Pembroke. Welcome back to Pembroke. Top of the 5th inning. UNCP softball with a 6-3 lead over the visiting Knights from St. Andrews University down the street in Laurinburg, North Carolina. Braves looking to keep their winning streak alive against the Knights after UNCP won all 4 meetings between the 2 schools last year. A home-and-home set of doubleheaders. This will be the only doubleheader between the 2 schools this year. The Braves looking to keep up the solid momentum. 2 innings in a row now, they've had 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 left on. The exact same line in those 2 innings. But the important thing is that the Braves are getting runs on the board, and they have that 6-3 lead. Middle of the lineup here for the Knights. It's Sam Lauder, followed by Michaela Valentine and Holly Ill. 4, 5, and 6. Lauder, 1 for 2 so far. She doubled and came around to score in that first inning that saw the Knights played all 3 of the runs they have, so struck out in the second. First time she'll face Katie Saunders, though, as the Braves relief pitcher in this one delivers a first pitch ball. The 1-0 offering hit well towards left field in the air. Retreating is Cox, and she gets it for out number 1. Again, the wind knocking down a lot of promising-looking fly balls here at LRA Field. With the wind pretty much blowing in from left center field, back in towards the first base side dugout where St. Andrews is hanging out here today. Caleb Valentine at the plate looks at one in the dirt for ball 1. Long hold from Saunders, and this pitch misses high. So you take the average of those 2, and you've got 2 strikes. But that's not how this works. Saunders getting some shouts of encouragement from her defense. Here's the 2-0 offering. In there at the knees for a called strike. Resetting the Braves' defense for you. The outfield has Cox, Epperson, and Walters. Left, center, and right field. Johnson is at third, Gerhardt at short, Davis the second base, Melvin at first base, with Nelson behind home plate. The 2-1 pitch. Low for ball 3. The 3-1 pitch. Low and inside ball 4. Holly Ilk comes up, shows bunt. Corner infield in. She pulls back. Now the snap throw down to first. Sliding back in safely is Valentine. One-0. Popped up behind home plate. Scooped up and caught behind the dish by the Braves catcher Nelson for the second out of the inning. This one swung on, line to second, and squeezed for the out. As the Knights go quietly. A nice play defensively by Davis at second base. We're through 4.5 in Pembroke. Braves coming up to bat in the bottom of the fifth with a 6-3 lead.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Bottom of the fifth as the Braves can actually walk off here in this inning. They would need 5 in this inning, but the game would end if they do score 5 this inning. It's 6-3 right now. And the second game coming up about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one in Pembroke. On the Braves Broadcast Network, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us for UNCP Softball, taking on the St. Andrews Knights. Setting this one, the Knights got all 3 of their runs in the top of the first. The Braves responded with 3 in the bottom of the first, then added 1 in the second, 1 in the third, and 1 in the fourth. Problem is, the Braves left 2 runners on in all of those innings as well. 8, 9, and 1 due up for the Braves in the bottom of the fifth. Davis, followed by Cox, then back to the top of the order with Johnson. Morgan Davis at the plate, 0 for 1. Ground out and a walk. Her name so far. Davis is a senior from Winterville, North Carolina. Stands in the left-handed batter's box, taps this one foul off the end of the bat. That slap approach nearly works for her there. A pretty good contact, considering how late she was on the pitch. Amos delivers, and this one very low at the shoestrings, and that's a ball. The 1-1 outside. 2-1. Amos's pitch, low for ball 3. Braves have gotten the leadoff hitter aboard 2 out of the 4 innings they've come to the plate. Threatening to do so again with Morgan Davis ahead in the count 3-1. And there's ball 4. So again, a leadoff walk. And the Braves, well, they've scored every time they've gotten the leadoff hitter aboard, because they've scored in every inning. Braves with 6 runs on 8 hits, Also thanks to 2 errors by the visiting Knights, the Braves have committed no errors and seen St. Andrews score 3 runs on 5 hits. Number 9 hitter Lexi Cox shows bunt, lays it down, but it's foul. Lexi Cox playing left field this afternoon for the Braves. Sophomore from Whispering Pines, North Carolina. Shows bunt again. This time gets it down in the field of play. Scooped up by the pitcher. The throw to first is in time. Sack bunt for Lexi Cox. Advances Morgan Davis on to second base. Braves just looking to small ball another run across here. As right now it's a 3-run lead and they're doubling up the Knights 6-3. But you never know when that extra run could come in handy. Now, Brittany Bennett coming over and telling the umpire she intends to use a pinch runner. Morgan Davis will high-five Jessie Mangum. She comes on to pinch run. I'm not sure if Mangum was surprised by that or what, but she's just wearing a sweatshirt right now. Has her number 2 on the back, not wearing the gray jersey. I'm not sure if she didn't have time to take the jacket off or what. Johnson looking at an off-speed pitch, taken for a called strike on the outer half. Top of the order for the Braves now, Jamie Johnson, 1 for 2. She scored 2 of the Braves' 6 runs in the ballgame. Hits this one in the air to left field. Coming in on it is Valentine, and she hauls it in for the second out. So with 2 away, it's up to Abby Walters. Braves up 6-3 in the bottom of the 5th. And their run of scoring in consecutive innings might come to a close here. Walters can't keep the inning alive. The pitch popped up in the infield. Charging it is the third baseman. She can't catch it in foul territory. Louder. Trying the feet-first slide to give herself an extra second to try to watch that ball land in her mitt. She couldn't do it. So Walters catches a little bit of a break. She's 1 for 3 in the game with an RBI single. The pitch swung on, hit in the air to the right side. It's falling into no man's land. It drops, rounding third, heading home, and the run scores. And just like that, the Braves have another one. RBI single for Abby Walters. Not necessarily one for the highlight reel, but she'll take it nonetheless. Jessie Mangum coming in, showing why she is the pinch runner. Scoring from second there. And that brings up Taylor Gerhardt. 7-3 UNCP. Gerhardt takes this one inside ball 1. Braves up 4. They need to add another 4 to their lead. To the run rule. Runner goes. And defense wasn't expecting it. The throw gets into center field. Holding up, however, at second is Walters. She swipes second base with little problem. And then not trying to stretch that out and make the final out at third base potentially. Gerhardt now has a runner in scoring position to work with. Now St. Andrews will meet in the circle. UNCP will take this opportunity to meet along the third base line with Brittany Bennett. both base runners and the hitter, or excuse me, the one base runner, the on-deck hitter, and the batter, Taylor Gerhardt. Gerhardt digging back in. 2-0 count, a runner on second. Swings, hits this one hard to third base. It's scooped up. The throw going back across the diamond. Nothing doing there for St. Andrews. A nice stop at third base by Lauder, but by the time she gathered it and tried to throw, Gerhardt was going to be safe. Walters stuck at second base, however. She started to run thinking that might get past, and had to scamper back over. An infield single for Taylor Gerhardt puts the onus back on Tony Nelson. The pitch. Misses inside. Two runners aboard for Tony Nelson. The Braves already up 4. Here in the bottom of the 5th inning. They scored 3 in the first and 1 every inning since. This one misses low and inside. Looking at the Braves lineup in terms of who has that potential home run power, and this is not a home run hitting kind of day. This one way upstairs, and a nice pick behind home plate by Sykes to keep that from getting to the backstop. 2-0. Excuse me, 3-0. Nelson has 1 home run on the year. 3-0 she's probably taking here, and she does, and it's called a strike. Breeze blowing from left to right at LRA Field. 3-1 pitch hit back up the middle. That drops into center field. Runner trying to score from second is Walters. The throw cut off, and she is safe at home. 8-3 UNCP. RBI single for Tony Nelson. Now to the plate, the potential game-ending run in Savannah Melvin. There's 2 outs. But the Braves now in range of a run rule victory. We need to be up by 8 or more. We need to get at least 5 innings batted for the team that's losing. Braves are now up 8-3. Runners on first and second for Savannah Melvin, who's 2 for 3 in the game, has a triple and a single. The pitch from Amos, in there for a called strike. Amos works quickly. The pitch, this one misses high. Healthy lead off of second for Gerhardt, and then she scoots back once the second baseman, Ill, runs over to cover. 1-1 to Savannah Melvin, Braves first baseman. The pitch. Inside. Melvin is a freshman from Fayetteville. Listed at 5'5". Right-handed hitter. Amos holds. Now comes home with the pitch. Misses away. 3-1. Haley Epperson waiting on deck. If the Braves can keep this 2-out rally alive. The pitch. Misses, ball 4. Bases loaded with 2 outs. Haley Epperson to the plate. she can end it. Gerhardt on third, Nelson on second, Melvin on first. Epperson at the plate. This one misses low and inside. It would take a pretty well-hit ball to try to score the run from first. This one misses low and inside. Carly Brooks is the on-deck hitter. She would be the 9th Brave to come to the plate here in the bottom of the 5th. Before the next pitch, the catcher, Brooke Sykes, wants an opportunity to come talk to her pitcher. And now, before we can continue action, Elizabeth Burris wants to talk to the home plate umpire. And we're going to get some changes here defensively for the Knights. As they motion Raina Mondragon to go out and run out to the outfield. We're going to have one of the outfielders come in to pitch, it looks like. That means the day will be done for pitcher Nancy Amos. So we will take a break here on the broadcast, and we'll be right back as the Braves' bottom of the 5th continues. New right fielder for the Knights is number 20, Raina Mondragon, and coming in to pitch from the outfield is Corinne Ioso. Ioso, a senior who started the day in right field, then was subbed out, then subbed back in. And she is tasked with a very difficult spot. A 2-0 count to Haley Epperson. Bases loaded, 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th, and her Knights already down 8-3. Epperson looks at a first pitch, low and inside for ball 3. No place to put her. And the potential game-ending run standing on first base in the form of Savannah Melvin. Braves up to 11 hits in the game. And this breaking ball over the outside corner for a strike. The Braves are 3-2-1 this season when they have 10 or more hits in a game. When they get up to 15, they're 1-0. The 3-1 offering from Ioso misses, and it walks in a run. Epperson, an RBI walk. It's now 9-3 Braves, and the inning continues. Gerhardt scoring from third. Nelson will take her spot on third base. Melvin stands on second, and Epperson on first. Carly Brooks now to the plate, the designated player. She's due. She's 0 for 3 in this one. Still looking for her first hit on the season. Now 0 of 6 at the plate. And this her second start of the year. Opportunity to be the hero. Breaking ball over the plate, strike 1. Melvin still represents the potential game-ending run from over on second base, so that would give the Braves an 8-run lead. 0-1 count to Carly Brooks. The pitch from Ioso. Breaking ball. Misses low. The pitch popped up behind home plate. Playable for the catcher. Sykes has a read on it and squeezes for the third out. Braves add 3 runs to their lead in the bottom of the 5th, making it 9-3. Go to the top of the 6th. St. Andrews needs some runs.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Braves leave a lot of runners on base again last inning. They've now cumulatively left 10 runners on base in this game. They have a 9-3 lead in the ball game. 9 runs on 11 hits, no errors by the black and gold. 3 runs on 5 hits, 2 errors so far for St. Andrews. And we're flirting with a run rule situation, as the Braves got the potential game-ending run onto second base last inning, but couldn't push it across. Now St. Andrews, well, you got to think they might need some runs this inning to keep the game alive. The way the Braves have been scoring early and often so far. Is getting ready to swing here for St. Andrews. Looks like we might be getting a pinch hitter. As on to hit comes number 24, Elisa Hare, a freshman from Apex, North Carolina. She'll be hitting in the 8th spot instead of Brooke Sykes. We'll see if she stays in the game to catch as well. As Sykes, the catcher, was 0 for 1 so far today. Hare now getting her first chance to hit. Corinne Ioso is on deck. She's started in right field, now is the pitcher for St. Andrews. Of course, we'll have to see how they come back and line up defensively next inning. First pitch to Hare, catches the outside corner. Katie Saunders has come in and pitched 3 very good innings so far. Shutout ball from the circle for UNCP. Saunders comes set, delivers. This one grounded weakly to short, scooped up by Gerhardt. The throw in time for the out. And there's one away in the Knights half of the 6th. So up comes the pitcher, Corinne Ioso. Product of Currituck County High School. A senior, showing off her versatility today. Breaking ball stays upstairs for ball 1. Ioso yet to reach base as a hitter in this game. But this one low and inside. Saunders' pitch. High and away, 3-0. The pitch right down the middle, strike one. Three one. Ball four. So Carinoso gets on base for the first time today, and the lineup turns back over for St. Andrews. Back to the top of the lineup with Kalen Packer. Packer's 1 for 3. Singled and came around to score to lead off that big first inning for the Knights. They jumped all over the Braves to start the game, but haven't been able to hold the lead, and have since watched the Braves score in every innings. Fastball high and away. Hunter started to go, keeping the Braves infield awake, as Tony Nelson was ready to throw her out if she tried to run. Timeout called by the batter. Packer takes there, called a strike. Packer from Prescott, Arizona, a transfer from South Mountain Community College. The 1-1 pitch, she swings and misses. Saunders looking for her first strikeout of the game. The pitch popped up in the infield, straight to the second baseman, Davis, who makes the catch for the second out. Not very far. Morgan Davis had to move to make that catch. About as easy as they get for an infielder in terms of recording outs. Now it's on Lexi Dawson, trying to keep the inning alive for the Knights. First pitch, swings and misses. Runner on first, 2 away in the top of the 6th. This one misses outside. Dawson fouls this one away. She's got on board twice in the game, walked and scored in the first, and also doubled in the second inning, but she was stranded on second base. One, two, the pitch popped up. This just barely leaves the infield. Gerhardt has trouble with it, drops it, and that allows everybody to be safe. That was a tough spot. They'll rule it a hit, as it's a single for Lexi Dawson. Aggressive base running for Ioso puts her on third. And the top of the 6th inning continues for the Knights. Shortstop Corey Ballard to the plate now. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Knights down by 6. They need some offense. This pitch catches the outside corner for strike 1. Katie Saunders looking to work the Braves out of this little mini jam. The pitch, check swing. She did not go around, even to the count at 1-1. Saunders came into the game with a 3.82 ERA, a 3-4 mark. This is her 9th appearance of the season, but just her 2nd in relief. That's her innings total up at 47 now. Snap throw down to third, diving back in safely is Dawson. Saunders, the Braves' leader in strikeouts from in the circle. She's got 20 this season, but hasn't fanned any St. Andrews hitters in this game. 2-1 count to Corey Ballard. And the pitch in the dirt. Runner going, the throw down to second in a pickle. Now they have to keep an eye on the runner at third, but they get the out at first anyway. So the Knights leave a runner stranded on third base, and a frustrated Corey Ballard didn't get an opportunity to swing the bat at home plate. We'll go to the bottom of the sixth. It's 9-3 UNC Pembroke.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
If the Braves score 2 runs this inning, the ball game's over. If not, St. Andrews will have one more chance to try to score, at the very least, 6 runs to try to keep the game alive. Morgan Davis to lead things off for the Braves against relief pitcher Corinne Ioso. She came in from right field. Got the Knights out of the jam almost unharmed. She did allow an RBI walk to Haley Epperson, but did get that last out in the inning and kept the Braves from scoring the run rule clinching run. The story in this one has just been walks. Morgan Davis, a good example of that. She's been to the plate 3 times and walked twice. Grounded out in the other one. She'll get things started for the Braves, followed by Lexi Cox, Jamie Johnson in the hole. 8-9-1 for UNCP as they complete their 4th cycle through the batting order. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Off-speed pitch misses away, ball 1. Second game of this doubleheader will start about 30 minutes after the conclusion of the first one. You're not going to want to go anywhere. You don't need to do anything to your stream. You can just keep it open right on your computer, tablet, or smartphone, whoever you're watching. Glad you're joining us for UNCP softball this afternoon. Plenty more where this is coming from. We will have many more softball games this season. Almost every remaining home game on the Braves schedule will be brought to you live on our YouTube channel. Morgan Davis pops this one up in the infield. Charging it is the first baseman, Dawson, and she makes the catch. So here's Lexi Cox. 1 for 1. And she singled in the second, then was hit by a pitch in the third and had a sac bunt in the 5th. Number 9 hitter trying to spark something for the Braves. They've scored in every inning so far, and 2 runs this inning would end the game. First pitch called a ball. Wind now blowing more or less straight out, a little bit off towards right center field at LRA Field. The pitch inside, 2-0. Taken all the way there is Cox. And she's rewarded with ball 3. The 3-0. Taken all the way again. This time, a get me over pitch, called strike 1. Braves will be back in action the day after tomorrow when they go to Lander for a 2 p.m., 4 p.m. doubleheader on the road. Then on the road again, March 7th at Catawba. Called strike 2 there. Next Braves softball home game will be a 3 and 5 p.m. doubleheader against Francis Marion on March 9th. We'll have both of those games for you right here. The 3-2 pitch popped up in the infield, down the first base line. Dawson to it and makes the catch for the second out. She's getting her work in here in this 6th inning. Lexi Dawson has recorded both outs so far. Jamie Johnson, top of the order for the Braves. Looking to add a little bit more insurance to what's a pretty secure 9-3 lead. 2 away. Johnson taking, inside corner, strike 1. The pitch. A little too far inside this time. Evens up the count 1-1. Very windy afternoon here in Pembroke. The 1-1 pitch. Ball 2. This one fouled off behind home plate and off the top of the press box and out of the stadium. Some nice pitching by Corinne Ioso. Maybe she'll start the second game if she keeps pitching like this. This one popped up along the third base line towards the Braves dugout. The catch made by Lauder. And the Braves go 3 up, 3 down in the 6th. So their streak of 5 straight innings of scoring a run comes to an end. But the Braves do hold a 9-3 lead as we head to the 7th. Top of the 7th, St. Andrews down 9-3. They'll have 3, 4, and 5 coming to the plate. Ballard, Lauder, and Valentine. We need an awful lot of runs this inning. But I suppose if you're going to have an inning where you need 6 runs to keep the game alive, this is where you'd want to start it, right with the heart of your order. Corey Ballard at the plate. She's 1 for 3 so far today. A single back in the second inning that the Knights weren't able to do anything with. Katie Saunders back in the circle, trying to finish this one out for the Braves. First pitch, low and inside, ball 1. Pitch, low for ball 2. Like to see this inning wrap up on the quicker side, as we're at about 4:10 now, this game at the 2-hour, 10-minute mark. This one hit well towards left center field on the run. Cox, it's off the wall, heading towards second. The throw comes in. It's cut off by Gerhardt. Sliding in safely with a double is Corey Ballard. Echoing that previous sentiment, if you are going to need a 6-run inning, that's probably the way you'd want to start it off. St. Andrews in position to make something happen here in the top of the 7th. First pitch upstairs, ball 1 on Lauder. And Lauder 1 for 3 today. She doubled and came around to score in that big first inning for the Knights where they scored all 3 of their runs. The 1-0 pitch from Saunders. Popped foul to the right side, out of play. Kind of like that hit the concession stand. Look out below. So now it's 1-1. Runner on second is Ballard. No outs in the top of the 7th. This one in the dirt. A big run off of second, but Ballard then retreats back to second base. Two-one offering, hit well towards the left side. It hooks foul and well out of play. Two-two, hit in the air towards center field. Epperson reads it, catches it, throws it back into the infield. No advance there for Ballard, and the Braves now 2 outs away from clinching game number 1. Braves at 6-7-1 this year. That one tie coming from a game that was called due to darkness. That was obviously on the road, as we have lights here at LRA Field. We could go well into the night if we need to. St. Andrews 4-13 on the season. They played a very tough schedule for an NAIA team. First pitch, in there for a called strike to Michaela Valentine. She's walked all 3 times she's come to the plate so far today. If that happens again, she would finish the day 0 for 0 with 4 plate appearances. Can't remember the last time I've seen that. 0-1 pitch, keeps the bat on her shoulder, takes for strike 2. Little things like that. You wonder if the Braves are aware. Katie Saunders has faced Valentine already once, or twice, excuse me. She's responsible for 2 of those walks, and gotta think enough of this. Make her actually do something at the plate. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Runner goes as it gets past the catcher, Nelson, to the backstop on the wild pitch. Corey Ballard on to third. 1-2 now the count. Runner on third, 1 out in the top of the 7th. I think the Braves would more than gladly exchange this run for an out. Just move closer to wrapping up this victory. Saunders, the 1-2 pitch. Up high, trying to check the swing, and apparently she did not go around. Pretty close there for Valentine, but she was able to lay off. The 2-2. Swung on, hit hard down the third base line, but out of play, foul. Looks like we've got a pinch hitter warming up in the on-deck circle for St. Andrews. It's Jordan Pay, the senior and a transfer from Pitt Community College. And getting ready to hit in the number 6 spot instead of Holly Ill. Runner on third, 2-2 count, 1 out, top of the 7th. The pitch, low for ball 3. I'll say this about Michaela Valentine. She has worked counts in this game. You can't really draw 3 walks in a game without doing that. Now facing a full count. Saunders, the pitch. Swung on, popped up. This is headed towards left field. Shallow, and it drops on the grass. A fair ball. And a single for Michaela Valentine. That landed smack dab between Johnson, Gerhardt, and Cox. None of them were able to get to it. And it puts runners on the corners for St. Andrews. Pinch hitter now for St. Andrews, as they will go with Jordan Pay in as a pinch hitter. Replacing Holly Ill here, at least for this 7th inning. Pay, a senior, listed as a catcher / outfielder. Stands at 5'5". She will hit left-handed. And despite the fact that she's listed as a right-handed hitter in your St. Andrews lineup. Runners on the corners, 1 out, top of the 7th. Shows bunt, bunts it off the catcher, right off the face mask. No one ever said that being a catcher was easy. Let's say that. Tony Nelson shakes it off and just wants to keep this one going and get the Braves this W, get them back to 500 on the season. 0-1. The pitch to Pay. Catches the outside corner, strike 2. Middle of the infield ready to cover in case St. Andrews tries the 1st and 3rd play with Valentine on 1st. Ballard stands on 3rd. As the Knights not pinch running for either of them, as at this point these runs aren't as important in a 6-run ball game. The pitch swung on and missed, strike 3 swinging, and the Knights will be down to their final out here. Two away, top of the 7th. Braves up 9-3. Knights send Jenny Castanen back to the plate. She's 1 for 3. She pops this one up to the left side. It's playable. Gerhardt runs into her third baseman, Johnson. Johnson hangs on for the 3rd out. And that's the ball game. UNCP knocks off St. Andrews in the first game of today's doubleheader, 9-3. The Braves improve to 7-7-1 on the year. St. Andrews drops to 4-14. We'll take about a 30-minute break on the broadcast when we come back. The second game of today's doubleheader. Braves won the first one 9-3. So stay tuned. UNCP softball game 2 coming up next. Welcome back to LRA Field, getting ready for Game 2 of today's softball doubleheader. UNCP Braves softball hosting the St. Andrews Knights. Once again, I'm Cameron Songer. Thanks for joining us on the Braves Broadcast Network. Let's get you the starting lineups for Game 2. Very, very, very similar to the starting lineup from Game 1 with just a couple of changes for both teams, more so for the Braves than for the visitors from St. Andrews. Anyway, the starting lineup for the Knights looks like this. Kaylin Packer will lead off and play designated player spot. Lexi Dawson is the first baseman hitting second. Corey Ballard again at short hitting third. Sam Lauder batting fourth and playing third base. Michaela Valentine hitting fifth and playing left field. Hitting sixth will be Corinne Ioso. We saw her pitch a little bit in the first game. She'll be back in right field to start the second game. Jenny Castanon will play center field and hit seventh. Holly Ill will pitch and hit eighth. Nikki Santiago will bat ninth and play second base. And the catcher for St. Andrews is Jordan Pay. She won't be in the batting order. And their pitcher is Holly Ill. The Braves starting pitcher today for Game 2 is Katie Saunders. And the first pitch in there for a called strike at 4:48 p.m. Defensively, the Braves look like this. They have Johnson at third, Gerhardt at short. This one swung on, grounded towards Gerhardt at short, and she has it go off the side of her glove. We'll see if they score that a hit or an error. And they do score that a hit. So Kaylin Packer picking up a leadoff single to get the game underway. That one just did get past Taylor Gerhardt at short. Anyway, the rest of the Braves defensive lineup, it's Davis at second base. This one swung on, popped towards left field, where it will be caught by the left fielder Cox. Also have Epperson in center, Walters in right field, Melvin behind the plate, and Carly Brooks playing first base. So fly out to left field for Lexi Dawson in her first at-bat. And on comes Corey Ballard. Braves won the first game 9-3, despite leaving 10 runners on base. Saunders' pitch catches the inside corner for strike one. The runner on first is Packer. No score here in the top of the first. This one, upstairs, ball two. Saunders comes home with the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike two. The pitch popped up straight behind home plate, and there's a miscommunication. It drops foul. Be careful of not running into the hitter there, as Brooks and Melvin couldn't negotiate that. So Ballard stays alive behind in the count 1-2. The center's pitch, swung on, just got a piece of it. So Katie Saunders, who came in 2 innings into the first game, stays in the circle for the start of game 2. Now the umpire's going to talk over that last play. No change in the ruling there. The pitch swung on, hit back up the middle. Gerhardt has a read on it, squeezes it for the second out, and then keeps the runner over on first base. So after the leadoff single by Packer, not much going on here for the Knights in the first inning. 2 away, and on comes Sam Lauder. Saunders' pitch, right in at the letters for a called strike. Braves wearing gray for both games this afternoon. St. Andrews with their white tops and blue pants. But the Braves are, of course, the home team. Saunders' pitch grounded down the third base line in fair territory, playable. And the throw to first in time, Johnson to Brooks. And that ends the St. Andrews half of the first. We're just getting started. Game 2 of this one. It's no score. Ready for the Braves coming up to hit.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Starting pitcher for St. Andrews in Game 2 is number 4 righty senior Holly Ill. Let's get you the defensive alignment for St. Andrews. It looks like this. Across the outfield, it's Valentine, Castanen, and Ioso from left to right across the outfield. In the infield, Lauder at third, Ballard at short, Santiago playing second, Dawson at first base, and the catcher, battery with Holly Ill, is Jordan Pay. Braves batting order looks like this. Jamie Johnson leading off, followed by Abby Walters and Taylor Gerhardt. Cleanup spot held down by Tony Nelson. Number 5, Savannah Melvin will be in the batting order. Number 6 is Haley Epperson. 7, 8, and 9 will be Carly Brooks, Morgan Davis, and Lexi Cox. No score here, bottom of the first inning. Different start to this one compared to the first inning, or the first game rather, where both teams scored 3 runs in that first inning. A long first inning of the first game. Braves have an opportunity to take the lead early in Game 2. Showing bunt, pulling back, taking for a called strike is Jamie Johnson. Johnson, a sophomore, hitting .367 on the season. 2 doubles and 7 runs batted in. Slugging percentage of .408. That one misses to make it 1-1. Braves scored in the first 5 innings at least 1 run, due to claiming a 9-run outing. This one hit down the third base line, but hangs up a bit too much. Valentine hauls it in for the first out. So it's Abby Walters. Opportunity to get something started in the Braves half of the first. The pitch hit well in towards left field. Retreating is Valentine. She reaches out and sees it bounce off the wall. Walters up to second with a stand-up double. The throw comes in. It's finally backed up by the first baseman. Walters with a double. It's the first hit of the game for the Braves. She's into scoring position with 1 out in the bottom of the first. Taylor Gerhardt now at the plate. First pitch misses low and away from Holly Ill. Gerhardt, a .383 hitter so far this year, 18 hits. Trailing just Abby Walters, who just picked up hit number 24 on the season. Gerhardt is the team leader in dingers. She's got a pair of homers so far this year. Ill winds and throws. That off-speed pitch catches the top half of the strike zone. Evens up the count at 1-1. Ill's the third different pitcher we've seen from St. Andrews this afternoon. Nancy Amos started Game 1. Corinne Yoso came in relief. And now Holly Ill starting Game 2. Called ball 2 there. Walters taking a fairly aggressive lead off of second base. The heart of the order coming up. I don't think she's going to try to steal third, but you never know with UNCP head coach Brittany Bennett. The 2-1 offering. Catches the outside corner. Second baseman Santiago ready to cover in case the catcher throws back, but that would be a fairly risky play for a low chance at picking off Walters at second base. 2-2 count. Runner on second, 1 out. The pitch. Swung on, grounded down the third base line. Just foul. The Braves with the win in the early game improved to 7-7-1 on the season. St. Andrews now at 4-14. And the Braves also with their win improved to 56-16 all-time against St. Andrews. The 2-2 pitch missed outside, so it's now a full count to Taylor Gerhardt. First base is open. Gerhardt only drawn 2 walks, though, this year. She wants this hit. The payoff pitch. That's outside for ball 4. Well, you can say she wants the hit. She would have loved to have a hit there, but that was a very difficult pitch to hit. It missed outside, and she will just take first base. Now runners on first and second for Tony Nelson. And Nelson had a solid game in the first game of today's doubleheader. Picking up a hit. In that first game, Nelson walked twice, also had an RBI single. And was responsible for scoring a run back in the first of the first game. First pitch of her at-bat, her first at-bat against Holly Ill, missed for ball 1. Ill taking her time in the circle. Gets the sign, now throws home. Catches the inside corner with the pitch, 1-1. Here's the pitch. Outside corner this time, strike 2. Swung on and missed as Nelson chased a high fastball for strike 3. Franks is running up to first base, but she's out. And now Savannah Melvin to the plate. Melvin, a freshman, hitting .319 so far this year, 15 hits, a double, a triple, and 7 runs batted in. Opportunity here for the Braves to strike first in game 2. The pitch. Missed high. The 1-0 pitch. This one misses just a bit outside. The 2-0. Swung on, hit towards the right side. That gets through into right field. They wave Walters home, and she will score without a throw. Braves strike first, an RBI single for Savannah Melvin. Gerhardt, the aggressive base running, getting to third from her spot on first base. And again, runners on the corners. A runner in scoring position and a runner on first. And Taylor Epperson at the plate. Epperson, a sophomore, hitting 176 on the season. 3 hits and 2 runs batted in so far this season for her. First pitch misses inside. Now we'll see if they try to work first and third with Melvin, the runner on first. See if she can try to get into a pickle or something and allow Gerhardt to score from third. St. Andrews is more or less given the Braves that second base in first and third situation. She's off on the pitch. The throw goes down to second. Sliding in. Out at second is Savannah Melvin. So the Braves leave a runner on third to end the first inning, but they do score 1. And after 1 inning, it's Braves 1 and Knights nothing. Start of the second inning at LRA Field. Second game of today's doubleheader. The Braves looking for the sweep of St. Andrews. And they've got the early lead. Michaela Valentine will lead it off, followed by Corinne Ioso and Jenny Castanon. Valentine in the first game was 1 for 1. She walked 3 times and also singled back in the 7th inning. But now has an opportunity to think of it as a new game. It's a new start and a semi-clean scoreboard. Braves with 1 run on 2 hits in the first. St. Andrews no runs on 1 hit in the first. So here's Valentine, the left fielder for St. Andrews. She's a junior from Danville, Virginia. Steps into the right-handed batter's box, ready to go. Braves pitcher is still Katie Saunders. She begins her 7th inning of work today. She came in to start the 3rd inning in Game 1, has just kept on rolling into Game 2. A little 30-minute break in between games, not enough to stop the Braves from keeping her going out there, and why not? She hasn't allowed a run. 0-1 pitch, swung on, popped up, foul behind the backstop and out of play. Look out. Fans kind of hanging out around the sides of the bleachers would be in harm's way there. Temperature in Pembroke right now around 55 degrees and a slight breeze blowing from left to right, but not much. Off-speed pitch, swung on and missed. Strike 3, swinging. And Katie Saunders has her first K of the afternoon, of the second game, I should say. She did strike out 1 in the first game. She has been in a serious groove here today. Like the decision from Brittany Bennett to let her just keep rolling. This one swung on, tapped down the first base line, but foul, as Corinne Ioso was a little bit behind it. Ioso was all over the place in the first game. She came out of the game briefly, then was subbed right back in, and then was their relief pitcher who came in and pitched the end of the game. But at the plate, in the first game, she was 0 for 2. She walked once. 0-1 count, her first at bat of game 2, and takes this one for a ball. One offering. Hit back up the middle towards the left side. On the run, the catch made by Cox in left center field. Off the bat, that looked like it was headed for the gap, and Cox just cut it off. That's out number 2. So after the leadoff hit by Kaylin Packer, which Gerhardt got a glove on, it's been nothing going on for St. Andrews. Jenny Castanon now, the center fielder, up to hit. She swings at the first pitch, hits it towards center field. On the run, Epperson makes the catch. And the Knights go quietly in the second. 3 up and 3 down. Braves coming right back up to hit when we come back. It's 1-0 UNCP.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Six, 7, and 8 do up this inning for UNCP. Epperson, Brooks, and Davis, as the Braves take their 1-0 lead into the bottom of the second inning. Looking to complete the doubleheader sweep of the St. Andrews Knights. Braves won game 1 by a 9-3 mark, despite the fact they left 10 runners on base, and were in a position a couple times to clinch the game by a run rule victory as early as the 5th. It ended up going into the 7th as the Braves couldn't get that run home from second base. I think St. Andrews get all 7 trips, or all 7 innings to try to hit, but since scoring 3 in the first, the Knights have just been held scoreless over the last now 8 innings of softball. Pitcher is Holly Ill, starting game 2 today for the Knights. First pitch to Epperson, misses high and away for ball 1. Epperson, a 176 hitter at the plate this year. 3 hits in 17 at-bats. She has knocked in 2 runs. Hill bouncing around in the circle, throws the 1-0 pitch outside for ball 2. Oh, check that, they called it a strike. 1-1 the count. I guess our home plate umpire today in both games has really been delayed on those called strikes. Pitch swung on and missed. This one a little bit inside. Epperson decided to pull the trigger on that. Wasn't able to hit it. Epperson in the first game brought home 2 runs, one with an RBI double and once on an RBI walk. She also reached on an error and had a sac bunt. So a busy day for her at the plate already. She was officially 1 for 2. She gets the count back to 2-2 after a couple balls. Holly Ill tossing the ball in her mitt. Now she's ready with the next pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3 swinging. Epperson is retired to start the Braves second. Brings up first baseman Carly Brooks. Brooks in that first game was 0 for 4, so she is still due for her first hit of the season. 0 for 7 at the plate so far this year now. This is her third start of the 2016 season. She got the nod in the starting lineup in game 1. Wasn't able to get on base at all. Looking to get going here against Holly Ill. The first pitch on the outside corner for strike 1. Shadows starting to get longer across LRA Field. Temperature still right around 55 degrees. If you're in the sun, it's a lot colder in the shade. This one popped up in the infield. Second baseman Santiago comes in, charges it, makes the catch for out number 2. So quickly, 2 up and 2 down for the Braves here in the second inning. That'll bring up Morgan Davis. Davis has started every game for the Braves, a .220 hitter. Consistent presence for the Braves at second base. He's got 9 hits, walked 5 times as well. First pitch you'll see today from Holly Ill is in there at the knees for a called strike. Here's the pitch, tapped towards second, a diving backhand stop by Santiago, and the throw just in time. Nice play in the infield, and the Braves, they go 3 up, 3 down in the second inning. A very quick second inning for both sides. We'll go to the top of the third. Braves up 1-0. Well, in between innings here in Pembroke, they played the baseball softball stadium classic Cotton Eye Joe, and we saw some square dancing shown off by the St. Andrews dugout there. They're getting into the spirit, trying to get some rhythm going once again. It's been a long time since they've had some offensive bursts. The pitcher Holly Ill to the plate, seeing if she can help out her own cause as she leads off the night's half of the third. First pitch, she swings, hits it hard down the third base line, but foul. Ill is a senior from Orlando, Florida, and a transfer from the University of Pikeville. That's in Kentucky. Ill was 0 for 2 in the first game, also had a sack bunt before she was subbed out for Jordan Pay, who is now her catcher here in game 2. Second pitch, as Saunders takes something off of it, gets the called strike. Pitcher versus pitcher matchup. Wind up in the delivery, swung, grounded to third, and the throw to first in plenty of time as Johnson makes the throw across the diamond. Jamie Johnson tossing a sweatshirt on as she's in the shade there at third base, and it is significantly cooler in the shade than it is in the sun. I can tell you that from experience because we're in the shade up here in the press box. Except for the sun on the back of my neck, it feels lovely. First pitch misses upstairs to Nikki Santiago, second baseman for St. Andrews. Didn't play in the first game. And if you weren't keeping score, you could probably tell she didn't play in the first game because her uniform is perfectly clean. 1-0 pitch. Swung on, tapped off the end of the bat, down the third base line, foul. That was so close to being fair that it sent up almost a tiny puff of chalk dust there. Santiago will have to run back into the batter's box and continue her at bat. She's a freshman from Gainesville, Florida. Here's a Saunders pitch. Tapped to the short. Gerhardt charges, throws across the diamond. Not in time. What speed up the base paths for Nikki Santiago to beat out a slow roller in the infield. So she's aboard with a 1-out hit. Here in the top of the third. Braves up 1-0. Now back to the top of the order for St. Andrews, and the owner of the other Knights hit is Kaylin Packer. She's at the plate right now. The number 1 hitter and the number 9 hitter have the 2 hits for the Knights so far in this game against Katie Saunders. Saunders working from the circle. She delivers. First pitch misses high for ball 1. This one low for a ball. The snap throw goes down to first, and Santiago scampers back. She gets into like a sprinter stance from off of first base. Appears to be a serious base-stealing threat. Saunders comes home with the pitch. No steal attempt this time, but that's outside for ball 3. 3-0 the count. Runner on first, 1 out in the Knights' half of the third. Braves up 1-0 so far. Here's the pitch. That's high for ball 4. So 4 straight balls from Katie Saunders. Kaylin Packer is aboard for the 2nd straight time. Santiago on to second. She represents the tying run. That brings up Lexi Dawson. Dawson had a pair of hits in the first game. Also had a walk and a pop-out. Saunders pitch. Well, that's way up and inside. And actually, if she was a little bit taller, that might have hit her. Pitch to Dawson, low and away. Catcher comes up looking to throw. No one to try to throw out, however, for Melvin. She just throws it back to the pitcher. Now 6 straight balls issued by Katie Saunders. So this is now her 8th inning of pitching work in this afternoon's doubleheader. This one tried to catch the outside corner. Not able to do it. 3-0. Santiago had a 1-out single. Packer with the walk. Now 3-0 the count to Dawson. The pitch right down the middle, taking all the way was Dawson. That's strike 1. The 3-1. Tapped foul. Like that. Got a piece of the Braves catcher, Savannah Melvin, but she's fine, chasing down the loose ball. Count runs full, 3-2. It's a big pitch right now, pretty early in the game. Saunders delivers. It's hit well towards right center field on the run. No catch made by Walters as it gets to the wall. 1 run will score. They're waving home Packer. The throw to the plate is blocked well. What a play by Melvin to block home plate. She's out at home. On to second with a double is Lexi Dawson. The Knights tie the game at 1, but the Braves keep it there at 1-1. Standing on second is Dawson. There's now 2 outs. So with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position, it's Corey Ballard. Ballard, the junior from Richmond Hill, South Carolina, looking to give the Knights their first lead of the afternoon since the top of the first inning of Game 1. Now 1 run on 3 hits in this game for the Knights, 1 run on 2 hits so far for the Braves. Here in the top of the 3rd inning. The 0-1. Gets away from Melvin, picks it up, throws to third, and a nice stop by Johnson as that nearly got out into left field and allowed the go-ahead run to score. One and one the count. Saunders pitch. This is high. He's had some serious control issues here this inning. Two-one is the count to Ballard. Here's the Saunders pitch. It's swung on, tapped back up the middle. Gerhardt with the nice charge makes the throw out at first. And the Braves somehow escape with just 1 run allowed in the top of the 3rd inning. UNCP coming up to bat. We've got a new ball game. 1-1 is the score. We'll be right back.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Start at the bottom of the Braves order with the number 9 hitter Lexi Cox, and then back to the top. It's Cox, Johnson, and Walters due up in the Braves half of the 3rd. 1-1 is the score after the Braves won Game 1 of today's doubleheader by a 9-3 mark. This one a little bit lower scoring since, the first game it was 3-3 after the first inning. I'm Cameron Songer on the Braves Broadcast Network. Thank you for joining us for UNCP Softball, a doubleheader against NAIA regional rival St. Andrews University Knights. Lexi Cox to get things started this inning. The sophomore's hitting .216 so far this year for the Braves. 8 hits, 3 of them doubles, and she also knocked in 5 runs. Started every game so far for the Braves. This is their 16th game of the year, and they're looking for win number 8. 7-7-1 as Cox fouls the first pitch off into the screen, straight back. Holly Ill is the pitcher for St. Andrews. She's given up 2 hits in 2 innings, walked 1, struck out 1. Allowed 1 Braves run. Struck out 2. Ill winds and throws this one high for ball 1. The 1-1 pitch. Misses low. Ball 2. Some strong gusts of wind. Right now the wind seems to be blowing out towards right center field. But it could change in, another moment or two. Bottom line is it is windy. The 2-1 pitch to Cox. Tried to pull the bat back. It's a called strike anyway. That was high and tight. Apparently just did catch the strike zone. 2-2. Sun setting here behind LRA Field in Pembroke, North Carolina. This pitch misses high. Full count now. The leadoff hitter in the bottom half of the third. Lexi Cox trying to spark a Braves rally. 3-2 pitch. Inside ball 4. That came very close to hitting her. And a well-deserved walk for Lexi Cox. She really battled in that at bat and gets on base. Back to the top of the order. Jamie Johnson to the plate for UNCP. Johnson, a sophomore from Kenly, North Carolina, from North Johnson High School. Johnson had 1 hit in the first game, but scored 2 runs. She also stole a base after a walk to lead off the first inning of Game 1. First pitch at the knees, called strike 1. Scampering back over to first is Cox. Cox is 2 of 3 on stolen base attempts this year. The number 9 hitter in the batting order, trying to spark something for the Braves. The 0-1 pitch, bunt laid down right in front of home plate. The throw goes to first in time. Sacrifice bunt for Jamie Johnson moves the runner on to second base. So 1 out, now a runner in scoring position for the Braves. Good fundamental softball there. And good fundamental baseball too. It's just it. Fundamentals of the game. You see it all the time. Old school coaches, new school coaches, it doesn't really matter. In a low scoring game, trying to get runners in position to score. Anytime you can advance a runner, you try to do it. This one popped up. Walters can't get it out of the infield, but it's dropped by the second baseman who really had to fight off the sun. And Santiago was in a tough spot there. They'll give her the very tough error. Cox advances to third. Walters stands on first following the error by the second baseman. It's the first error of the game for either team. Now the catcher wants to come out and talk to her pitcher. It's Pay talking to Ill, and then the whole infield will join in as well. Big opportunity here for Taylor Gerhardt. Runners at the corners, 1 out in a tie ball game, bottom of the third. Ill set, here's the pitch, showing bunt. It's a squeeze play. The throw goes home, sliding in, out. Oh boy, that was pretty close at home plate. Lexi Cox tagged out at the plate. Gerhardt reaches on the fielder's choice. Walters on to second. The Braves gambling a little bit there, and it doesn't pay off. Well, say what you want about the Braves' playing style, but boy, it's exciting. It's aggressive and it's exciting softball. Rennie Bennett kind of taking the bat out of the hands of one of her best hitters. In the interest of trying to score a run Trying to surprise the Knights. It didn't work. Here's Tony Nelson now. She swings, hits this ball high in the air towards the left side, hooking foul as it drops out of play. Sort of a collective gasp here as that ball was hit. As for a split second, it looked like that might have been headed out of the yard. But I've got to say, it would be very difficult to hit a home run here today. A, because of the cold weather, and B, the fact that the wind is blowing from left to right. It would make a home run over that tall left field fence almost impossible. So 0-1 the count to Nelson. The pitch takes, and it's called strike 2. The runner on second is Walters. The runner on first, Gerhardt. 1-1 is the score, bottom of the third. The pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. It's the third strikeout of the game recorded by Holly Ill, the second time she's gotten Tony Nelson. And the Braves held scoreless in the third. We're through 3 innings in Pembroke. 1-1 is the score. We'll be right back.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Middle of the order coming up for St. Andrews, 4, 5, and 6. It'll be Louder, Valentine, and Ioso. The Braves and Knights have played 3 innings here in the second game of today's doubleheader, and we're dead even. 1-1 is the score. Knights have 1 run on 3 hits, and they've committed 1 error. Braves, 1 run on 2 hits, they've committed no errors. And that 1 error on St. Andrews was a pop fly near the edge of the outfield grass and the infield dirt. And the second baseman lost the ball in the sun. He had to make a nice run. I might not have scored it now. I might have scored it a third hit for the Braves, and then we would have the exact same marks across the board. Anyway, Kate Saunders still pitching. This one hit high and deep towards left field on the run. It bounces off the wall. Tough play for Cox as he plays it off the wall, throws it back into the infield. It's a leadoff double for Sam Louder. Seems like I just got done talking about how difficult it would be to hit the ball out of the stadium to left field. And case in point right there, that ball looked like a goner off the bat, and the wind just really killed it. But the Knights in business here in the 4th, putting a runner on to start the inning. Caleb Valentine at the plate, takes there for a called ball. Below the knees and a bit outside. Valentine, the junior from Danville, Virginia, way of Duncan Fletcher High School. The 1-0 swung on, hit hard down the third base line, but foul. Saunders' pitch, off speed, catches the outside corner. Some nice motion on that ball as well. Valentine was 1 for 1 in the first game, 3 walks and a single. Struck out in her first plate appearance of the second game. Swings through this one, and she struck out again. Well, usually the more a hitter faces a pitcher, it's better for the hitter. That's not been the case in this matchup. Valentine has been both strikeout victims for Katie Saunders here in the second game. So there's now one away in the top of the fourth inning. Corinne Ioso at the plate. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch. She hits it to the right side, hooking foul, and it does drop into foul territory. We got a new softball put in play. Sam Lauder standing on second. The hitter is Corinne Ioso, and the pitcher, Katie Saunders. Saunders pitch, one hopper. Coming up looking to throw is Melvin. No one covering second base. I don't look like it might have slipped out of the hand of Saunders just a tiny bit. Goes to 1-1. Showing Bunn, laying it down the third base line. Good play by Johnson at third. Lets it trickle foul. Forces the at-bat to continue. Lauder was already at third base. Looked like they had a sort of hit and run on with the bunt as well. And that was nifty placement. Trying to advance that runner from second to third. 1-2 pitch. Misses upstairs. The 2-2. Swung on and missed, strike three. Back-to-back strikeouts for Katie Saunders. There's now two away in the fourth. So it brings up Jenny Castanen, 0 for 1 in this game. After in the first game, she went 1 for 4. Hits this one foul into the screen. Castanen drove in 2 runs in the first inning of game number 1 before hitting a pair of line drives to the second baseman for outs and also lining out to third base. So she's been hitting the ball well so far in this doubleheader. Only has 1 hit to show for it, too. Behind 0-1, she swings through and misses this one. She's out in front of an off-speed pitch. Just when it looked like Katie Saunders was starting to run out of gas. Remember, she came in to pitch the third inning of the first game, pitched the rest of that first game, and now is pitching into the fourth inning of the second game. He just keeps on going. This one misses high. Trying to waste a pitch there and get Castanen to chase. 1-2, 2 outs, runner on second. The pitch, swung on, fouled off the end of the bat. But yeah, Saunders got into trouble last inning. Had some control problems, gave up a couple hits, had a wild pitch, and allowed a run to score, then started off with giving up a big hit to start this inning. Deep fly double. Since then, back-to-back strikeouts and now ahead in the count, 1-2. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, fouled off to the right side and out of play. Stanton fighting to stay alive. 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. The 1-2 pitch. A little bit outside. Two and two. This is a long, important at-bat. We approach the midway point of this game. Swings, hits it to third. A couple bounces. Johnson scoops, throws to first. The throw's a little bit high. Tagging the bag is Brooks. The half inning is over. Nothing doing for the Knights despite the leadoff double. We're through 3.5. 1-1 is the score. We'll be right back.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Melvin Epperson and Brooks drew up this inning for the Braves. Bottom of the 4th in a 1-1 ball game. As the temperature rapidly dropping here in Pembroke, approaching the below 50-degree mark, and the wind still blowing out a little bit out towards right field now. Getting perhaps a little bit of a boost, but all it really means is it's a lot colder out there on the field now that the sun is pretty much mostly behind some trees and behind the horizon. Say about 90% of the field covered by shadows, just a spot out in center field. And that center fielder is really the only player who gets to enjoy being out in the sunlight, work on the tan perhaps a little bit longer. Melvin at the plate, knocked in the Braves' first run and only run so far. Looks at a big breaking ball from Holly Ill, takes it for strike 1. Long hold from Ill as she gets ready for the next pitch. And delivers. Inside corner, strike 2. Great placement on that. Melvin was ready to duck out of the way like that was about to hit her. Instead it just darted back in for strike 2. The 0-2 pitch misses high. The 1-2 offering, swung on, hit to the right side, playable at first base in foul territory. The catch made by Dawson for the first out. So Melvin is retired. She's now 1 for 2 in this second game. Here's Haley Epperson, 0 for 1 in this second game with a strikeout. But in that first game, she had an RBI double and an RBI walk, also reached on an error, and had a sac bunt. A very productive first game for her. See if she can keep swinging the hot bat. Takes this first pitch outside for ball 1. Epperson, the sophomore from Summerfield, North Carolina. Actually listed as an infielder on the Braves roster, but playing center field in both games today. Takes there at the knees, strike 1. Pitch from Ill. And that's taken for a ball. Two one pitch. Breaking ball inside corner, strike two. Here we go with the 2-2. Fouled off to the right side. Over the dugout and out of play. The 2-2. Hit back up the middle to short on a couple bounces. The throw in time for the second out. Nice play by Ballard. She gathered off it a little bit of spin. It was ready to die on the infield dirt. He was to it for the out. Now it's on Carly Brooks to keep the Braves from going 3 up, 3 down. They did that in the second inning and threatened last inning, but weren't able to bring home the run. Brooks 0 for 1. She popped out in the second inning. Swings and hits this one down the first base line, but foul. Nice pitch from Ill that catches the outside corner, make it 0-2. The sophomore hitter Carly Brooks from Burlington, North Carolina, Southern Alamance High School. Brooks holding the bat out. She's not bunting, it's a timing mechanism, and now she swings and fouls it off straight into the net. Oh, 0-2 pitch. Low and away. The 1-2 offering. Swung on, fouled off. Carly Brooks staying alive here in this at-bat. Trying to keep the Braves from going quietly in the fourth. And also keeping this game from moving at a quick pace. That first game, despite it being a 6-run win, took well over 2 hours. Holly Ill comes set the pitch. Breaking ball, tapped towards short. Backhand stab, a low throw. Scooped up, but safe as the first baseman's foot came off the bag. Nice throw from Ballard. Nice pick by Dawson. But the single for Carly Brooks. So a 2-out hit for the Braves here in the fourth as the inning continues. So it's the second baseman, Morgan Davis, to the plate for the Braves. The senior from Winterville, North Carolina. Pitch. Outside corner. Ball 1. This one tapped towards third, charge, the throw across the diamond, not in time, and third base is open, and there goes Carly Brooks, and she takes it. So Morgan Davis with the infield single, Carly Brooks on to third, and just like that, the Braves sparking a 2-out rally. Currently 53 degrees in Pembroke right now. And that's in the sun. It's, again, cooler in the shade, which now covers 99% of the field. Sunset set for the next 15 minutes, and the temperature will just keep dropping after that. Infield wants to talk things over for St. Andrews. Lexi Cox coming to the plate. Well, the St. Andrews dugout, they've certainly been in the spirit with some of the stadium music that we've got going here at LRA Field. I'm sure part of that is to, stay in the game. The other half of that is probably to stay warm. It's cold when you're sitting still in the shade. So, if your choices are between sitting still and, just kind of hunkering down with a sweatshirt or getting up and dancing the chicken dance, I guess it's a pretty straightforward choice. First pitch missing to Lexi Cox. It's 1-0. Runners on the corners in a tie ball game, bottom of the fourth. Here's the pitch from Ill. Misses high. Fake throw back over to first from Pay. And back in is Morgan Davis. Brooks is standing on third. A hit here from Lexi Cox gives the Braves the lead. She can be patient and selective. Here's the pitch. That hit her on the leg. No need to be patient. No need to select anything there. Now the base is full of Braves. Jamie Johnson to the plate for UNCP at the top of the order. This could be big. Johnson, the sophomore from Kenly, North Carolina, North Johnson High School. She can break through for UNCP with a hit here. In a 1-1 ball game, Holly Ill comes set. The delivery. Outside corner, strike one. This whole rally has come with 2 outs for UNCP. After the first 2 hitters, Melvin and Epperson made outs. 2-out single by Brooks. Single by Davis, and then Cox was just hit by a pitch. Here's the 0-1 offering. This is outside. Nowhere to put Jamie Johnson. Looking for RBI number 8 on the year. She's also got 18 hits, which is second on the team. The 1-1 pitch from Ill. Swung on, fouled off into the net. So now it's 1-2. Ill with the 1-2 pitch, swung on, hit well but foul. And towards that left field corner, but well out of play. that foul ball off into the construction zone. We played the glass shattering sound, but there's no glass over there. 1-2 pitch. Swung on, hit back up the middle. That's through. Into center field. 1 run scores. The second run being waved home. It's cut off in the circle, and 2 runs score on the single by Jamie Johnson. She took second on the throw, and the Braves go up 3-1. That is clutch hitting. Lexi Cox goes to third. Davis and Brooks both score, and the Braves take the 3-1 lead. Abby Walters at the plate now, and this is the dangerous part of the Braves' batting order. Abby Walters with Taylor Gerhardt on deck if they can get to her. She's the Braves' leader in runs batted in. Trouble here for the Knights if they can't get out of this. The pitch, outside corner, strike 1. Walters 1 for 2 today. She doubled and scored in the first, and then reached on an error in the third. So she has been getting on base with some solid contact. The 0-1 pitch, swung on, hit down the third base line. It's stopped at third. The throw going over to first, not in time. The run scores, and everybody moves up 90 feet. RBI single for Abby Walters. It's 4-1 Braves. Here's Taylor Gerhardt, the number 8 hitter this inning for the Braves. They've plated 3 runs. Runners on the corners. It's Walter on third. Johnson on. Oh, they go with the first and third play. Sliding in safely is Abby Walters. Now the throw home, and sliding in safely is Johnson. The first and third play working to perfection. The Braves take a 5-1 lead. So Gerhardt back into the batter's box, facing an 0-1 count. Walters standing on second. The pitch from Ill, that misses outside. Walters trying to draw a throw down to second as she scoots along the base paths. Goes almost a quarter of the way between second and third base. See if she can get the catcher pay to throw down. The 1-1. Swung on and missed as Gerhardt was out in front of that off-speed pitch. Gerhardt 0 for 1 today. Walked and reached on a fielder's choice. Behind in the count, 1-2, 2 outs. Trying to keep the 2-out rally alive. The pitch swung on, grounded down the third base line, but foul. The 1-2 offering. Misses high. Nice eye by Taylor Gerhardt to lay off of that. It can be so tough. When you know you need to protect, that pitch right in, close to eye level, to say, I'm not swinging at that. You need to come with a better pitch than that. 2-2, 2 outs, runner on second. The pitch. Swung on, hit down the third base line. That just misses foul. Boy, another 1.5 feet that touches down along the third base line in fair territory into the corner. That easily scores the run from second. We're talking about a Taylor Gerhardt, most likely stand-up double. She had that ball very well timed out. The 2-2 pitch. Strike three looking. So, the Braves leave a runner on second, but they score 4 runs in the bottom of the fourth to take a 5-1 lead. We'll be right back.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Defensive changes for UNCP. Abby Walters moving from right field into the circle. Well, she will pitch for the Braves. Walters, not a usual pitcher for the Braves. She's, of the 3 pitchers they've used this year, she's pitched the least. Walters making her 5th appearance in the circle. A 3.91 ERA. She has 1 win and 1 loss in 14 1/3 innings pitched. Allowed 14 hits, 10 runs, 8 of them earned. Struck out 5 but walked 10. Taking over her spot in right field is Sierra Shipley. So enough was enough. Katie Saunders pitched 9 innings this afternoon, taking over in the 3rd inning of Game 1 and pitching through the 4th inning of Game 2. Pitched 7 innings today. Check my math. Still, that's a complete game. She pitched an awful lot. And speaking of pitchers and pitching, it's the St. Andrews pitcher to the plate, Holly Ill. She's 0 for 1 at the dish in this second game. We'll have to see how those defensive changes affect the Braves when they bat. Abby Walters can keep her spot in the batting order as the number 2 hitter. And this one swung on, fouled off to the right side. I think it means that Tony Nelson is no longer the designated player. That might be now the Braves right fielder, Sierra Shipley, who might have to be in the batting order. We'll see when the Braves come up to bat in the bottom of the 5th, as the first one swung on and fouled off by Holly Ill. Abby Walters throws this one on the outside corner for strike 2. Now Walters does have 1 complete game in the circle, and it was a big one last Friday. Went the distance against number 7 Catawba, picked up the win. This one swung on, hit in the air towards right field. Shipley getting tested early, and she makes the catch for the first out. So they come in as a defensive replacement in right field, and the first ball put in play is hit right to you. Sierra Shipley will take it and make the first out. So here's the number 9 hitter, Nikki Santiago, second baseman today for St. Andrews from Gainesville, Florida. He didn't play in the first game. Santiago's a freshman and looks at this first pitch that misses outside for ball 1. Walters holds and now comes home with the pitch. Outside corner, strike one. Braves use that big bottom of the fourth to take a 5-1 lead. Let's see if Abby Walters can keep it there for him. This one misses away. 2-1. The pitch hit back up the middle, right to Walters. She fields it on a bounce, throws to first, in time for the out. 2 up, 2 down for the Knights in their half of the fifth. But remember, the last time a team went 2 up, 2 down was last half inning, and the Braves were able to plate 4 runs. So you got to get that third out to finish the inning out. Top of the order, Kaylin Packer at the plate now for the Knights. A designated player in game number 2. Packer looks at that one in the dirt for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch. In there at the knees for a called strike. One hit hard to third, off the glove. Johnson wasn't able to get it. Gerhardt gathers, throws to first in time for the out. 3 up, 3 down for the Knights in the top of the fifth. We'll go to the bottom half of the fifth inning. Braves leading 5-1.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
The Braves with the 4, 5, and 6 spots due up in the bottom of the fifth, and we'll have a new hitter for the Braves. Instead of Tony Nelson coming to the plate, it will be number 20, Bailey Jones, coming in to hit, the freshman from Thomasville, North Carolina. Take over and hit cleanup in the DP spot. This is the first time we've seen Jones all afternoon. And this is just her second at-bat of the season. She's 0 for 1 at the plate. Gotta say, I like her walk-up music. Still in the circle for the Knights is Holly Ill. Her first pitch here in the fifth inning misses high and outside to Bailey Jones. Nice contact by Jones. She hits it foul down the third base line. With the sun setting here in Pembroke, expect the temperature to go down pretty quickly. It's already in the high 40s right now. And tell you what, yesterday, a gorgeous day in Pembroke. Temperature in the low 70s. It stayed warm well into the evening hours. That is not the case here today. That is March weather in Pembroke, North Carolina for you, ladies and gentlemen. Jones stands back in the right-handed batter's box, fouls this one off into the net, makes it 2-2. Braves up by 4, and in the bottom of the 5th inning now. You don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but they're a lot closer to a run rule victory than they were last inning when it was tied. They put 4 across last inning. This one runs inside on Jones. The count goes full. Should the Braves start to put a rally together, the Braves could be in position to win via the mercy rule. But I don't think Holly Ill is so keen on allowing another 4 runs. This one swung on, hit over the head of the shortstop. It's the first hit for number 20, Bailey Jones, in her UNCP softball career. She leads off the 5th inning with a single. The freshman in her 2nd collegiate at-bat has hit number 1. So it brings out number 22, Savannah Melvin. Melvin has an RBI single already in this game, and was caught stealing to end the 1st. Melvin, that was her 16th hit of the year and her 8th RBI. Working with a runner on base as this fastball on the inside corner, strike 1. It's pretty close. Melvin trying to turn to the umpire and say that it was too close, that she was crowding the plate a little bit. Our umpiring crew, by the way, home plate Leroy Pinkney, and in the bases Ernie Faison. 0-1 pitch, showing bunt pulling back as it's high for ball 1. Holly Ill, the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, hit foul down the first base line and out of the stadium. Into the parking lot off the roof of the visitor dugout. It's like a horse shot, but with a baseball bat, or a softball bat. I don't think she could do that again if she tried, is what I'm saying. One-two now the count to Savannah Melvin. The pitch. Swung on, grounded to third, past the third baseman as it took a bad bounce on her. Into left field it goes, and the Braves have the first 2 hitters of the 5th inning aboard. Score that, a single for Savannah Melvin. As Bailey Jones advances to 2nd. The Braves in business now, trying to extend what's a 5-1 lead. Haley Epperson to the plate. Epperson had 2 RBIs in the first game. She shows bunt here, lays it down towards the pitcher. The throw going over to first. It's in time, but everybody moves up. 2nd and 3rd now for the Braves. And we'll go to Carly Brooks in the batting order. A lot of respect for what the Braves do there in terms of small balling the run over. Could look at it a situation where you're up by 4 runs, playing a team that's an NAIA school. You could try to let your players swing away and just try to hack away at the lead and keep adding to it. But you stick with what your team does, and that's scratching across runs. First pitch, off speed, inside corner, strike 1 on Carly Brooks, who's 1 for 2 in this 2nd game. She scored after she started that big 2-out rally last inning. Came to the plate with the bases empty, 2 outs, got the single, and then was later knocked home in part of a 4-run rally by the Braves to take the 5-1 lead. Now has two runners in scoring position. Swings, hits this one foul down the first base line and into the St. Andrews dugout. Make it 0-2. Morgan Davis waiting on deck. See if Brooks can come through again. Takes there, it misses outside. That was pretty close. That's almost one where you think you have to swing to avoid going down looking. 1-2 now the count. One out. First base is open. Brooks, the sophomore, first baseman, swings, hits this one down the third base line, but foul. He was out in front of that off-speed pitch. The 1-2 pitch from Ill, swung on, hit foul down the first base side, dropping in the LRA Field, but in foul territory. This is a long, crucial at-bat. Really sets the tone for the rest of this inning. Will the Braves add to their 4-run lead? Or can the Knights get another out? Infield playing in. Ready to cut off a potential play at the plate. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled off. That looked like it was low and inside. But Brooks taking no chances with that. Mace was a pretty good pitch. It was probably a ball, but not taking any chances there. And this at-bat continues. Again, the pitch from Ill. This misses outside. That's one of the things you can do by working a count deeper and deeper. You force the pitcher to make a mistake on the pitch and throw a ball or two. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Here it is. And it misses outside. Count goes full to Carly Brooks. First base open. But runners on second and third, one out, bottom of the 5th. Braves up 5-1. 9th pitch of the at-bat coming up here. Here's the pitch. Swung on. In foul territory. Not playable. So we go to the 10th pitch of the at-bat. What a battle this has been between pitcher Holly Ill and batter Carly Brooks. Bailey Jones stands on third. Savannah Melvin on second. The 3-2. Breaking ball taken. Strike 3. So 2 away now in the inning. That's a crucial out. And a lot of credit to pitcher Holly Ill for winning that epic battle. So it's up to Morgan Davis now for the Braves. She's 1 for 2 in this game. The pitch from Ill, swung on, hit towards right field. That drops in. 1 run scores. The runners hold up at the corners, and the Braves make it 6-1. RBI single for Morgan Davis, her second hit in as many innings. And we go to number 9 hitter Lexi Cox. Now we'll get a visit in the circle from St. Andrews head coach Elizabeth Burris. We might be seeing a pitching change here. This long of a visit in the circle, you'd expect there to be some kind of move to the bullpen, but that's not the case. They'll let Holly Ill try to work out of this little jam she's created for herself. 2 outs, runners at the corners for UNCP. Already up 6-1. He's up by 5 right now. And at the plate is Lexi Cox. She represents the potential game-ending run with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Cox doesn't have any home runs this year. 5 runs batted in thus far on the season. 0 for 0 at the plate in this game. She's walked once and been hit by a pitch. Takes high and outside for ball 1 here. Morgan Davis on first. Savannah Melvin on third. Pitch from Ill. In there for a called strike. Long hold from Ill. She stepped off the rubber. Now ready to go again. Here's the pitch. Outside, just missed the corner. 2-1. The 2-1 offering. Low and away. Wind has died down, but it is chilly here in Pembroke tonight. Ball not going to necessarily jump off the bat. 3-1 though. This should be a pretty nice pitch to hit for Cox. The delivery. Inside corner for strike 2. What a pitch by Holly Ill. Three and two, 2 outs. The runner on first will be off on the pitch. It's swung on, hit well down the left field line, but foul. Cox straightens that out. It's a problem for St. Andrews, but this at-bat continues. Here it is, the payoff pitch. And that hit her on the knee. And now, St. Andrews coach Elizabeth Burst wants a word with the home plate umpire, saying that she didn't make any effort to get out of the way, and frankly, I'd be inclined to agree. If anything, it looked like she kind of leaned into it with her other leg. I suppose you could make the argument that she was trying to, split her legs and have it go between her legs. But she was hit by the pitch, and that loads up the bases. To the top of the order we go. Jamie Johnson at the plate for UNCP. nowhere to put her. Runners at first, second, and third. That runner on first is Cox. If she scores this inning, the game ends. But there's 2 outs. The pitch from Ill. Outside corner, strike 1. Low and outside, 1-1. The fake throw down to second is scampering back in is Morgan Davis. The 1-1 pitch from Ill misses low and away. Jamie Johnson looking to keep an inning alive for the Braves. Abby Walters waiting on deck. The 2-1 pitch swung on, hit in the air towards right field, going back towards the wall. It is caught in right field by Ioso. So the Braves leave the bases loaded in the 5th. They do score 1 run. We'll go to the top of the 6th. It's 6-1 Braves.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Lexi Dawson due to lead off for St. Andrews in the top of the 6th. The Braves had an opportunity to finish that game right here. Last inning, they left the bases loaded in the 5th. They do hold a 6-1 lead. Well, runners left on base have kind of been the story in both games this afternoon for the Braves. As UNCP left 10 runners on base in the first game, a 9-3 win. And, the second game starting to go that same way. Here on the Braves Broadcast Network, I'm Cameron Saunders. Thank you for joining us for UNCP Softball. This doubleheader against the St. Andrews Knights. It's the Braves playing at home for one of the first times this season. They really haven't had a ton of home games. This is the first game we've been able to bring to you live on our YouTube channel. But the Braves just 3-2 at home this season. They hosted an early season tournament and then had a pair of home games against Glenville State. We've had some weather effect games, would-be home games against Wingate and St. Augustine. For all the latest news on the rescheduling of those games, your home for everything UNCP Braves online is uncpbraves.com. Dawson looks at a first pitch outside for ball 1. It's still Abby Walters in the circle for the black and gold. The 1-0. Misses high, make it 2-0. Pitch from Walters, misses away, 3-0. This is not what the Braves need. They had some serious momentum going at the plate last inning. Over the last 2 innings, you could say. They've taken what was a 1-1 game and made it 6-1. That one at the letters for a called strike. Corey Ballard waiting on deck for St. Andrews. Let's see if there's someone on for her as this one fouled off into the screen. 2, 3, and 4, 2 up this inning for the Knights. Yeah, as good of a chance as ever, as they have 3 outs to work with here and 3 outs next inning. Try to make up 5 runs. Payoff pitch, misses for ball 4. So Walters fell behind Dawson early and was not able to catch up in the count. It's the first walk Abby Walters has allowed today. And the leadoff hitter aboard in the 6th inning for St. Andrews. Corey Ballard now to hit. He's 0 for 2 in the second game. Ballard, a junior from Richmond Hill, South Carolina. Takes all the way there, and it's ball 1. Timeout called as the Braves catcher Savannah Melvin wants a word with her pitcher. Infield will stay put. We'll get a new softball put into play. This one gets away, nearly hit her at the ankles. The throw, no throw down to second base. And on the wild pitch, Lexi Dawson has second base. So this one far from over. The Knights can spark a little rally here. They don't need to get all 5 runs this inning. Ballard laces this ball foul. That was headed right towards her teammates in the dugout. They were chanting her name. Two-one pitch, swung on, fouled off again. And the tree there along the parking lot probably just saved someone's car. That was a missile headed out towards the parking lot, ready to wreak havoc among the parked cars along the side of LRA Field. And that tree just swatted it away. This one fouled off again into the screen. The count remains 2-2. Corey Ballard really battling. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, it gets away from the catcher, Melvin. And on to third is Lexi Dawson. So she led off with a walk. Now the count is run full to Corey Ballard. And a pair of wild pitches has put her on third base. The pitch swung on, grounded up the middle. That gets through into center field, and a run scores. Corey Ballard with an RBI single. It's now 6-2 Braves. The RBI single for Corey Ballard, and she knocks home Lexi Dawson. It brings up Sam Louder. Still no outs in this top of the 6th. Pitch. Well, that nearly got away. A nice pick behind home plate by Melvin to keep that from going to the backstop. This sixth inning not going according to plan for Abby Walters. Trying to rotate softballs in and out here. Get some. Just trying to find the right ball for Abby Walters to use right now. It's been a little bit of a struggle this inning. Doesn't appear to be any action in the UNCP bullpen, though. They want Abby Walters to get them through this one. This one grounded off the hitter. And a foul ball. Louder at the plate, 1 for 2. She doubled in her last plate appearance to lead off that 4th inning. And was stranded on second base as the following 2 hitters struck out. And the last hitter grounded out. Then in the 5th, St. Andrews went 3 up and 3 down. This one hit in the air towards center field. On the run, Epperson. She makes the catch in the right center field gap for the first out here in the 6th inning. Well, looks like we're getting a pinch hitter. Elisa Hare will come in and pinch hit. The pinch hitter is number 24, Elisa Hare, hitting in the spot for Michaela Valentine. We'll see if Hare is the one who comes out and plays left field for her as well, or if something else happens. Valentine would be eligible to also return, because the rules in softball are different than baseball if you're used to watching college baseball. Runner on first is Ballard. 1 run already in this inning for the Knights. 1 out. The top of the 6th. First pitch in there for a called strike on the outer half. The pitch chopped towards third, a leaping stop. Johnson makes the throw to the lead runner at second, and there's the out at second. So Hare reaches first on the fielder's choice, but the Braves now have 2 outs this inning, and the runner still on first. Now it looks like another pinch hitter coming up. It'll be Katie Logie instead of the right fielder Corinne Ioso. So we saw this in the first game where Ioso was pinch hit for in a relatively important spot and then came right back into the game after a defensive half inning. And now pinch hitting, it's Logie, officially introduced. Logie, the sophomore from Southport, North Carolina, a transfer from Coker College. Timeout called. And we'll get a dugout warning going against St. Andrews. They've been encroaching on the field of play a couple times this inning in their celebrations or pump-up routines, whatever you want to call it. The pitch swung on opposite field, out of play left side. Walters with the long hold in the circle. The 1-1 pitch swung on, fouled off to the left side again. And it's now 1-2. Braves just 1 out from getting out of this inning. Getting back, opportunity to add to a 4-run lead. It starts to be a situation where you wonder what the Braves' strategy is going to be at the plate next inning. It's cold outside right now. I gotta believe these players don't want to be out there any longer than necessary. Pitch misses outside, 2-2. Two outs. Runner on first, and the pitch catches the outside corner, strike three looking. And in the sixth inning for the Knights, they score once on one hit, they leave a runner aboard. We'll go to the bottom of the sixth, Braves up 6-2. Walters, Gerhardt, and the DP spot due up this inning for the Braves. 2, 3, and 4. Some of the Braves' best hitters, but in a 4-run lead in the bottom of the sixth, the question becomes how much do the Braves want to try to add to it, or just try to get through it, get back to the top of the seventh, and have an opportunity to just close the game out through the regular length of it. Flip side is if they get a big rally going, you can try to get 4 runs this inning and win via the run rule. Sanders did score once in the top of the sixth to make it 6-2. On the Braves Broadcast Network, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us this afternoon and evening. In the circle still is Holly Ill. She started this game and has pitched pretty well. Starting to run out of gas a little bit, perhaps. Facing fellow pitcher Abby Walters, who came in relief of Braves starter Katie Saunders, who's in line for the win. 1-0. Taken all the way, below the knees, ball 2. Swung on, fouled off to the left side. Walters just out in front of that one, hit it pretty well. Walters 2 for 3 in this game. She reached on an error in the third, also doubled and came around to score in the first, and had an RBI single in the fourth. Getting her 4th plate appearance here in the 6th inning. The 2-1 pitch from Ill, swung on and missed as she chased a high pitch there. That would have been ball 3. That little riser. Fooling Abby Walters that time. So now it's 2-2. The pitch. That's way upstairs, ball 3. Payoff pitch, swung on, hit well towards left center field. It's going back towards the wall. It bounces off the base of the wall. Walters will be at second with a stand-up double to lead off the 6th inning. That's a nice piece of hitting from Abby Walters, her 2nd double of the ball game, and her 3rd hit in this game. Brings up Taylor Gerhardt. Gerhardt's 0 for 2 in this 2nd game. She walked in the first, and she was stranded on third base. Going back to the first game, though, Gerhardt at the plate had 3 singles. She's been swinging a hot bat on this day against St. Andrews. Takes the first pitch on the outside corner for strike 1. Not been so hot against Holly Ill, the pitcher here in game 2, but really feasted on Nancy Amos and Corinne Ioso in the first game. 0-1. The pitch swung on, hit down the third base line, foul. That was right in on the hands. Very nice by Taylor Gerhardt to get good contact on that, but she was out in front, had to pull it. Oh, 2. Swung on, grounded to third. One hopper, nice stop by Louder, and the throw to first. It was dropped, then picked back up in time to record the out. Walters advances to third, and Taylor Gerhardt is retired for the first out in the 6th. Bailey Jones had come in the DP spot for Tony Nelson. She will stay in the game and hit again. Why not? She's 1 for 1. Singled and came around to score in the 5th inning when the Braves plated 1 run. So that tells you how big of an inning was last inning. Braves did score just once, but they did leave the bases loaded. She led off last inning, now batting third this inning. Runner at third with 1 out. The pitch swung on, hit back towards the middle, past the outstretched pitcher's glove, but the toss from the second baseman is in time for the second out. Walters stays put at third. Now it's a potential 2-out rally with Savannah Melvin coming to the plate. Melvin is 2 for 3 in this second game. Looks at that one low and away for ball 1. The 1-0. Swung on, grounded foul. Ill with the pitch. Swung on, fouled off into the net. Strike 2 on Savannah Melvin. Pitch misses outside, 2-2. Holly Ill really taking her time in between pitches here. Runner on third is Walters, the long hold. Now Ill ready to come home with the pitch. Swung on, hit one hopper between the legs of the shortstop. That gets through and the run scores. Score that an error on the shortstop. And it's now 7-2 Braves. Melvin is aboard. The inning continues. Epperson at the plate. In there at the letters for called strike. Epperson 0 for 2 in this game. Hasn't reached base yet. A strikeout, a ground out, and a sac bunt. Outside corner, that's called strike 2. That last play was the second error of the game by St. Andrews. They have 2 runs on 5 hits, 2 errors. Braves with 7 runs on 10 hits and no errors. Epperson holding the bat out, trying to time up this next pitch. The hurler, Holly Ill. The delivery misses high. The 1-2. That misses outside. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3 swinging. The Braves do score 1 in the 6th to make it 7-2. We'll go to the top of the 7th. Knights need a lot of runs to keep this game alive.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to LRA Field. We're in the top of the 7th, where the home team, UNC Pembroke Braves, are up 7-2 over regional rival St. Andrews. Up to bat, we have the senior, number 7, Jenny Castanen. And that'll be strike 1. Excuse me, ball on that last pitch. And that'll be strike 2 for the senior. And that's cast on with the hit. She's going for two, and she will slide in safe for the leadoff double. Next up to bat for the visitors, we have number 4, the pitcher, Holly Abby Walters has been solid on the mound so far for the Braves. Coming in for relief work. And it looks like we'll have a pinch runner. Looks like we'll have number 20, Raina Mondragon, the freshman third baseman, coming in. She's from Williamston, North Carolina, out of South Creek High School. She'll look to take advantage here in scoring position. There's the first pitch, fouled off by Hawley, the senior pitcher and catcher from Orlando, Florida. Started her career at the University of Pikeville, Kentucky. One-0 count here. And that's strike 2 for Walters. You have 2 strikes here, no outs. 1 runner on second in scoring positions. This one's up just off Walters' gloves. The play is made at second. Oh no, she'll be safe at first, excuse me.
Very close play at first. Holly Ill now standing on first base. Stunt run from first by Ill. The pinch runner Mondragon standing on third. Now meeting in the circle with UNCP head coach Brittany Bennett. And I'll tell you what, they're playing the Whip Nene song, and for I think maybe the first time, I don't see the visiting dugout dancing at all. I'm not sure if there's a joke to be made here or not, but this has been a very animated St. Andrews group, despite the fact that they were beaten pretty soundly in the first game, and then fallen behind early and battled back a tiny bit here in the second game before the Braves exploded for a 4-run bottom of the fourth. They have not been the better team here today, but that has not stopped them from having a good time. We'll get another delay as time called behind home plate from Nikki Santiago. This game has also surged past the 2-hour mark. The 0-1, bunt laid down and foul. Make it 0-2. Runners at the corners, no outs. the pitch to Santiago. She pops it up in the infield. It's playable by the catcher. She gives way. It's a foul ball. I'm not sure what happened there. I think the third baseman Johnson came charging in. She wanted to catch it. Called off Melvin, even though it was a foul ball directly behind home plate. It's been a long day. For the players, for the coaches, for the fans, for our video crew, everyone, for the most part, has done a very, very good job. This one hit back to the pitcher, flipped over to first for the out. Santiago knocks in the run, and his run comes home from third, but of bigger concern for St. Andrews is now they're down to 2 outs left to work with. Back to the top of the order. Caitlin Packer. Oh, that one nearly gets away from Melvin. The throw goes down to third, and diving in safely is Ill. Heads up base running there. After Savannah Melvin couldn't corral that pitch cleanly. The 1-0. Misses low. Two-0 pitch. In there. Called strike. Hill standing on third. Her run wouldn't mean much. Potentially making it 7-4. Walters comes home with the pitch. It's hit back up the middle. That's through into center field. Knocking home a run is Kaylin Packer. A 7-4 ball game now. And this one getting a little bit interesting. Lexi Dawson to the plate. She's 1 for 2. Looks like we're going to get a pinch runner here for St. Andrews. The pinch runner is number 1, Rachel Swartwood. We saw her come in a similar capacity in the first game. She's a freshman from Wilmington, North Carolina. Dawson at the plate, takes that one, high for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch from Walters. It's fouled off, going opposite field to the left side, out of play. One pitch. Fouled off again into the screen. Ray's just a couple pitches away from closing this one out, completing the doubleheader sweep of St. Andrews. But they still have work to do. Those last out or two, often the hardest. 1-2 pitch, low and away. High and tight, 3-2. Abby Walters having some control issues here in the 7th inning. Payoff pitch on the way. Swung on, grounded towards short. Gerhardt flips it to second. Not in time. Davis was there covering. They weren't able to get to the base in time, so Dawson reaches. Swartwood safe at second. And now we'll get another change of some kind. I think we'll have a pinch runner at first now. It's Corey Ballard to the plate, and she represents the tying run. Pinch runner will be Liz Schaffer. Sophomore from Layton, New Jersey, by way of Kittatinny Regional High School. First time we've called Schaefer's name in today's doubleheader. The pitch, outside corner, strike one to Corey Ballard. Force audit any base. The Braves need 2 outs to complete the victory. Outside corner, strike 2. Nice pitch from Abby Walters. And the pitch, trying to paint that outside corner, just missed. Lined toward first, tagging the base, that's it, double play. What a defensive play, and the Braves win. My goodness. Carly Brooks stopped the line drive, then tagged the base and turned to unassisted double play. The Braves win the second game of today's doubleheader 7-4. After winning the first game 9-3. That is all she wrote for today's doubleheader. The Braves win both against St. Andrews and improve to 8-7-1 on the season. St. Andrews loses both. They go to 4-15. Up next for the Braves, they'll be on the road at Lander on March 4th. That's the day after tomorrow. And then again on the road at number 17, Catawba on March 7th before returning home for a doubleheader against Francis Marion on March 9th. Our next broadcast on the UNCP Braves Broadcast Network will be Friday night, baseball against Flagler. We'll have all 3 games of that series for you right here, a Peach Belt Conference showdown between UNCP Baseball and the Flagler Saints. For everything UNCP Braves, visit us online, uncpbraves.com. That's all we have here for you today from LRA Field. UNCP Softball wins both in the doubleheader. For our entire crew, I'm Cameron Songer saying thanks for watching and enjoy the rest of your night.